This is why I check. This is why I check.
That's awesome.
Okay, we got to do this over.
Thanks for checking, Zan.
Fuck you, OBS.
Yes, even on our 100th episode, even on our centennial.
Yes.
Technology! It likes to give us the middle finger!
This is the 100th episode, even though there are 112 videos in the playlist.
Specials don't count towards the total, come on.
Mm-hmm. But
everybody knows that.
But once again, from the top, welcome to GeekWatch, a subsidiary of the Monastery. I am Mildred the Monk, and with me I have 5 of my good brothers here in the temple. Good brother Doku, good brother Jeremy, the handsome devil good brother JT.
What's up, baby?
The man who has bad taste in the Magus class.
I've never even played the Magus class.
Well, would you prefer me call you a simp for the Inquisitor?
Yes.
At least he's honest.
And
And the man of 1,000 runes, the CEO of Zadara Enterprises, and the bane of my fucking existence, good brother Xanatrix.
Today I saved him once again. That's enough to bane him.
And so it has been about 2 years since we started this endeavor. We did the first episode on July 13th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
That was during the time when I was still doing these things pre-recorded, because something stupid would always happen whenever I try and stream it.
We didn't start pre-recording these until 2021. We were doing some live ones still early on. Because it was early 2021 when OBS just kept kicking you off every 5 minutes, and that was the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And OBS did just kick us off, so has anything changed? Or no, it just didn't have sound. Sorry.
It didn't have sound because when I updated OBS, it messed with my settings. It moved everything to default, and if it does that, then nobody hears anything.
So it's your fault, Monk? Is that what you're saying? On your 100th episode?
That's going in the book.
Jeremy is doing my job for me. Thank you.
Book of Grudges it is.
Now, since it's been that long of a time, I do want to give people a little bit of backstory as to why GeekWatch became a thing, and this is something that some of you are going to be familiar with because you were on the call when it happened, and some of you less so. I think the only people who were on the call at that time was Doku, Zan, I think.
Shades.
Yeah, and Shades, and I think Aaron, but don't quote me on that. No, Aaron had already left by that point. Not left the server completely, but wasn't in the call.
Yeah.
Hey, Mildred, before you go into the lore, it's your 100th episode. Cheers.
Yes, congratulations.
You know, hold on. That was weak, Doku, because you're always drinking.
Okay, fine, Zan. If you're gonna call me out like that.
Hold on. I'll cheers with my scotch. Thank you.
I mean, I could, but the only thing I have in my fridge right now is an Angry Orchard.
I'm driving you bastards home, so I'm having water.
You know what? I don't care what you got. If you're drinking or not, fucking turn it up and chug it, because it's episode 100.
That's right.
You don't chug scotch, you bitch!
Oh, you do tonight.
And you don't have Angry Orchard in any fridge. What?
I remember when I was at MetroCon during the Dead Dog party, and they had Angry Orchard on tap.
On tap.
Did you just walk away laughing?
No, I had some because it was shit I wasn't paying for.
Free booze is free booze.
Brilliant.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Free booze is always good booze.
Besides, I needed to center myself after having Kitty's apple pie drink that Shades and I couldn't finish because there was way too much cinnamon.
You don't put that much Fireball in a drink you call apple pie.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Look, I don't think you should be drinking Fireball, but that's
I drink
just me.
Fireball straight from the fucking bottle. What are you talking about?
Did I ever tell
I
you?
used to do that a lot.
Did I ever tell you guys about the time cinnamon Pepsi was in circulation and I stupidly tried it?
Oh God, that sounds
I'm
atrocious.
sorry.
Did I ever tell you that I'm a recovering alcoholic? I'm getting back into alcoholism.
No one likes a quitter, Zan. Bottoms up.
But seriously, somebody had the bright idea. This had to have been a Japanese thing. Somebody had the bright idea of doing Pepsi Fire, which was Pepsi with cinnamon. It's basically a non-alcoholic Fireball.
Why?
Is it Pepsi Man, though?
With caffeine? Ugh.
Yeah, that's a hard pass.
And I say it had to be a Japanese thing because we've all seen the weird ass flavors that come out of Japan, or the weird ass pizzas in some cases.
Bro, I still want to try one of those pizzas. I don't care what anyone says.
Remember that Japan is the place of infinite Kit Kat flavors? They have seasonal flavors for like 6 different times out of the year.
Nice.
And
When does
sometimes those
wasabi in
change
season?
year on year. I don't know when wasabi is on season. I think it's an evergreen. I think it's always on sale.
I will not touch anything wasabi related.
They also have,
Why?
matcha Kit
Wasabi's
Kats.
great. But wasabi Kit Kat, that does not sound great.
Look, I've
I
had
wonder
a
what
mix
wasabi
wasabi
Ginger
working at a
Kit
sushi
Kat?
place. That's no.
They have a matcha Kit Kat. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd go for a ginger Kit Kat. I'd try different Kit Kat.
Oh, wait a second, Zane. You just gave me the perfect idea. I know exactly what I'm going to start marketing once I finish my popcorn business. I'm going to open... Oh, yeah, I'm going to do a popcorn business because there's way too much stupid shit to laugh on the internet not to profit from it because I'm a dirty capitalist.
At least you're not a dirty commie. At least you're not a dirty commie.
This is true.
We do not endorse commie booze or Vera booze.
So, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up an exclusive brewery in Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, and San Francisco, California, and I'm going to sell wasabi kombucha. I bet you it will sell like hotcakes. Tell me I'm wrong.
Make up some health related benefits to having wasabi in the kombucha, and it'll sell even faster.
It's good for your digestion.
In the 3 biggest faggot cities, that'll absolutely work.
The sad part is, it probably actually would sell pretty well.
No joke that it would sell. Really well.
Jeremy unfortunately lives in California.
I unfortunately do.
Yeah. So he knows the environment there, and so he knows your kombucha would definitely sell.
Are you a venture capitalist by chance? Looking for investors.
I will note that I got no beef with California. It's just the LA area that can fuck off.
I will never go back to LA. I have never hated a city more in my life than LA.
I want the entire southern Californian seaboard to just sink into the Pacific.
Is San Jose in Southern California?
Yes.
Excuse
No,
San Jose's okay.
Excuse me, I'm from San Diego. Jeez.
Like I said, the LA area.
Pretty.
Besides, I get to laugh at them for another off season because all that money you threw into building a team and you couldn't get past your little brother.
How are the Titans doing these past couple years?
I mean, it would be bad, but I can't laugh because, the Redskins. And damn it, they're still the Redskins. They're not the fucking Commanders. That's the worst team name I've ever heard of in my life.
Hey, you're Doku. You're not thinking about the big picture. If they end up getting eliminated from the playoffs, you can say that this is yet more proof that communism doesn't work.
You're not wrong, actually.
Communism, not even once.
It does make 1 or 2 people very, very rich at the expense of everybody else, though.
Yes.
Yeah. But getting back on the rails and getting to the deep lore. Around this time, I think we were still deep in the whole, in all of the lockdown shit. And there were multiple stories in the Geek of the Week category that were either A, cancel culture incident, or B, somebody being ass man because they saw somebody briefly take off their mask for 1 second. Hell, even I shared a story of some Karen screaming at me while I was biking because they expected me to bike with a mask on in a park where there were maybe 8 people.
I remember that story.
Wow.
And I remember that afterwards, Shades had mentioned that he was dealing with basically total burnout when it came to politics because he just couldn't take it anymore. And I obviously didn't want to lose shades for the show, so instead of, and I was getting a little bit annoyed with how much I had to reach for the funny stories. So I had proposed shifting it into something that talks about nerd shit.
Yeah.
And we ended up settling on the name GeekWatch, and kind of came up with the idea of the logo right on the spot.
Yep.
And I never had a outright plan for what GeekWatch would become. It was just a case of we'll do a topic, we'll talk about it, see where it goes, and after after that, um, go with absolutely no plan. I did try and shift over the news segments into Monastery Gazette, but I kept having scheduling problems and the energy just wasn't there, so I killed it off.
Yeah, the Gazette didn't get a lot of people.
It might be because it was a Saturday. It might be because some of the people who said that they would show up wouldn't be able to show up at the last minute. But I know the argument could be made. Why didn't you just do it yourself? I work at my best when it comes to doing news or reactions when I have somebody to bounce off of.
That's why so many Geek Watches go forward when it's just him and I.
Mm-hmm. It's also with some obviously with some topics, I need multiple people in order to make them work.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how things started, and a lot of times I would just I or somebody else would throw an idea out there, or some conversation would spark the idea for a further conversation, and that's kind of how things ended up going down.
Flying by the seat of our pants even to today.
Yeah.
But also mother of invention necessity. Like, you don't want to lose the guy who's getting burnt out. Let's just do a Geek Watch show, and then we'll come up with it as we go. And yay, there it is.
Yeah, and it is not the. And what's kind of funny is that around that time, I started getting more and more interviews, and if you've seen the interview playlist right now, it's at like 607 videos.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, some of the people who I've interviewed, I haven't had the best relationship in the months or years since. There's a few people I won't name names.
But their initials are.
No, not doing. I'm not doing that.
Remember, Monk has at least some professionalism.
Mm-hmm. The title on my banner says "Professional GM, Unprofessional Gamer." And unlike some who talk that kind of game, I try and keep some degree of the professionalism that journalists used to be expected to have.
You go, Monk.
That's also why I said that in regards to incidents with a certain voice actress, I am going to hold to my principles instead of jumping on whatever whim, because if I jumped on whims, I'd be streaming Fortnite right now.
If he were a trend chaser, he would not be the Monk.
No. I'd just be yet another person doing milquetoast D&D streams that's only focused on the core material and no third-party stuff.
Burn.
If it sounds like I'm saying that I'd be like Nerdarchy or Matt Colville or Matt Mercer, yes.
Yes.
And to further go into that point, I may have mentioned this in the past, but what got me into doing a lot of crazy stuff when it comes to RPGs and really seeing what they could be capable of, I owe a lot of that to the TG board on 4chan and some of the indie creators that I had a fascination with.
EG makes good shit.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to play a game of Mosaic, Monk.
Yeah, and you had the mosaic runes as your avatar for years.
Yes, I did.
I think that if I were to tackle mosaic again, I might have to make some adjustments because there's a lot of holes in the system.
Yeah, it never got finished, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. And if I wasn't working on something a little more ambitious, I would try and finish it.
Nah, we can do that some other time, Monk. We've got far bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. I definitely didn't think 2 years ago that I would be attempting to co-develop a TTRPG.
Same. But here we are.
Mm-hmm. and
handling it quite lovely, by the way.
Yeah. I especially did not think that I would end up writing better Star Wars and Avatar stories than the official writers.
Wait, official writers? Hold on. There's a point of contention there. Disney has official writers.
I mean, not only did we rewrite Star Wars and Korra, just look at the Ruby project that's nearly complete.
Yeah, which I do hope to have that completed by the end of the year.
Luna and Shawcross eat your heart out. Or hearts out. Although, if you have any.
Given the state of things in Rooster Teeth, it would be absolutely funny if in the next few months Ruby ended up getting canceled and we end up getting an ending.
That would be true karmic justice and the epitome of just desserts.
Well, I did see something where I guess the Ruby fan base is concerned that it's going to be either canceled or cut short, something along those lines. I didn't watch the video because, to be honest, I'm not really a fan of Ruby.
A bunch of people had their positions dissolved over the last few days. And that's gotten some people in a panic.
Well, that's usually not a good sign. The investor side of me would look at that and be like, I'll go ahead and take my money and walk.
I think a lot of this I think is due to the cost cutting that Warner Brothers Discovery has been doing, and the heads at Rooster Teeth did sell Rooster Teeth out to I believe at the time it was just Warner Brothers that they sold the thing to, and of course when the merger happened they came along as a package deal. But I have no sympathy for Rooster Teeth, and it's not just because of the stuff with certain voice actors. But also the fact that they focused on stuff that was extremely expensive and unknown if it would actually recoup the cost. I'm specifically referring to stuff like Genlock.
Genlock, the show we have to blame for the fucking Colossus.
We've already covered that. If I can find an artist who's good at mech design, I will ask them if they can design the Charlemagne for us.
They're going to design our own Macross XP? Fuck yeah!
Again, I need to find the right artist to do it, and
ask Mark Kern if he knows anybody.
I think the people that Mark would know would be way out of my price range.
I know. Just maybe Mark knows somebody more within our price range.
I make no promises or guarantees. But what I do, look at some of the voice work that some of the voice actors they had for Genlock. Guys like not just regular anime voice actors, but full on legit actors. In particular, somebody like Michael B. Jordan cannot come cheap.
Yeah. It seems like that was a bit of a misled. Like they probably had good intentions, but that seems a bit misleading. Why would you do that?
I mean, I get doing a mech show because you've got a bunch of mech fans, but isn't this the same company that talked about how they don't like anime? And and their fan base keeps insisting that RWBY is not an anime.
Really is an anime.
And for the record, they were insisting this before Ice Queendom came out, which I haven't finished. I've only seen the first 3 episodes. But you look back and you look at certain action sequences, and they are almost lifted straight from various anime.
Mm-hmm. And poses and shots.
I think they tried to pull off the Obari pose at one point.
It did, but it failed.
Well, I said tried.
I find this a running theme amongst a lot of like showrunners and creators. It's like, we're not a thing, and it's like, yeah, you're just recreating the thing in almost the exact way that the thing you claim not to be did it first. So yeah, you're a derivative of the thing. Fine, we'll be semantic about it.
Pretty.
And why care? I mean, just be the thing.
At this point in time, brand yourself an anime. You'll do way better, considering how much popularity it's gotten. I never thought I'd see the day anime went mainstream, but lo and behold, here we are.
Jesus Christ, I feel very uncomfortable about that.
As you should.
Because I predicted this thing 20 years ago.
Same.
Like, I'm not surprised it went mainstream. Like, I wasn't expecting it would or wouldn't, but like, yeah, it caught on more.
I knew as soon as DVDs became a thing. Because my introduction to anime was bootleg VHSs of untranslated, unsubbed Sailor Moon. Fuck you.
Oh, those were the days.
I was 5. I was 5. Fuck y'all. But as soon as DVDs became a thing, I'm like, oh man, this stuff that I've loved for so long and seen at least a tiny bit of the translated stuff that has come over because of places like Blockbuster.
Good old Suncoast.
I'm like, this stuff is going to explode. And then when the internet hit, internet hit, oh man.
Yeah, but
I'm from the internet fan subbing generation. That's when I jumped on the wagon, and and my environment was, you do not talk about stuff outside the internet. You just, you're not out loud and proud. You just keep it to yourself. And to see it all completely out there and out loud and proud and just unashamedly open about it, I mean, I just feel ridiculously uncomfortable and exposed.
I've told some of you this story, but but for those of you who are more aligned with tabletop, cast your mind to the shitstorm that happened when a certain D&D 3rd edition expansion came out called Tome of Battle, the Book of Nine Swords.
The Book of Weeaboo Fightan Magic.
Let's fighting love.
Now, I've told this story in the past, but this was one story that got me kicked off of a significant forum back in the day, because a lot of people were looking at it and being completely aghast, some outright offended, that that D&D was taking inspiration from video games and anime. In fact, Devil May Cry gets outright name dropped in the book.
I love it.
Devil May Cry and Final Fantasy were 2 things that got name dropped in that particular book, and a lot of people were like, "Well, they're shifting away from D&D's roots and going straight into chasing this anime thing." Because keep in mind, early 2000s DVD boom. A lot of people were spending way too much time buying individual volumes that only had like 3 or 5 episodes. Some even had as little as 2.
And I was too busy scarring all my friends at my birthday party with the X-1999 movie.
We've gone through that, but I had said D&D's fantasy roots are a amalgamation of things of IPs that Gygax and Arneson happened to be a fan of.
Of course.
At the time. Things like the works of Robert E. Howard, Fritz Lieber, Michael Moorcock. obviously Tolkien, but that's low bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the weird
Michael
fiction and
Moorcock
high
for
fantasy.
sure.
But this was what got me in trouble, where they said I got kicked off because I was being quote unquote an agitator. You're going to have a whole generation of people getting into fantasy who did not get into fantasy through some of those names. Maybe you could argue Tolkien because of the films, but with a lot of the other names, not really. They probably got into fantasy they probably got into high fantasy through playing games like Final Fantasy and Suikoden. They probably got into dark fantasy by playing stuff like Legacy of Kain. They probably got into urban fantasy through the Buffyverse. They may have gotten into mythology through Hercules and Xena.
Yep.
And they may have gotten into certain a more fairy tale adjacent approach through things like Harry Potter, and that's not even getting into the fantasy anime like Slayers, or in my case, Orphan.
Orphan and Slayers are so good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget Lotus War. You know how I am about that, Mildred.
Doku. I found there is a group that has been trying to translate the novels.
Oh, please pass that along to me, because I would guess that.
I will pass that along to you. They have several of the original novels already translated.
Wind Saga predates them all.
Mm-hmm.
Wind Saga is good shit too.
Very good shit. But it actually predates all of those.
Yeah.
Hell,
Hey,
I think
Mildred,
it even I think it even predates Conan, actually. Though I might be wrong.
No,
I might be wrong.
No,
I might be wrong.
When did Gwyn Saga start?
Let me check.
The novels.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm checking. Started in 1979.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Conan's got it beat because Conan started in the 1920s.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know what I was
Conan
thinking.
goes back to the 1920s? Hold on, I need to check this.
Conan the Barbarian?
Check.
Conan the Barbarian.
You're talking about the original Conan the Barbarian books? Howard's characters?
Mm-hmm.
It's technically 1931. The thought to be the earliest known appearance of Robert E. Howard's character was that of a black-haired barbarian with heroic attributes named Conan in the 1931 short story People of the Dark.
Wow, I never knew that. I learned something new today.
Yup.
Well, that's one of the things we try and do is help people, help expand horizons and teach.
So what does this all have to? Surprise!
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Shades! Shades! It's good you made it. I'm glad to see you. It's been a while.
I know. It's been a while, but hey, special occasion. You know I got to be here for this shit.
Of course.
This was your idea.
Cheers, Shades.
I would say it's both Shades and my idea. We both were like encouraging it. Come on now.
Matty. Swing, Matty.
I am currently watching the Eagles-Cowboys game with the question, how about them Cowboys?
hang on 1 minute. I need to see how they're doing, because the Eagles have been...
do not spoil. Do not spoil. Let them see the score. 20-0 Philadelphia.
Holy fucking Christ. That's typical for the Cowboys.
Look, the only thing I care about in football is knowing when the Titans are doing well. I don't know how they're doing this season.
Not well.
Well, shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? For a burn of a run like that, I think there's only one button to hit for that.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
But to finish what I was saying, the reason why I bring up that gap is that as time was going on, you're going to have a whole lot of people who would not take the old school fantasy inspirations as their gateway when getting into tabletop. It would be other matters, and the characters and the worlds that they create would reflect that. That's why anime going into the mainstream was not something that was a surprise to me. I saw this coming a long time ago.
It was an inevitability, if you will.
I'm not sure how many of you have played shogi, but you've heard the line, look 1,000 moves ahead and then see your play.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to my credit, I think one of the things I've gotten better at over the years, especially since I started doing this, is looking at the bigger picture and of a particular thing. In fact, I think a good example of that was when there was that whole thing with the farms getting shut down.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that whole mess.
And I had said that my bigger concern was the implication of being able to trust Cloudflare at their word for anything going forward. I.e., go ahead.
To be fair to that whole story, I think the pressure was immense because they were getting it from all fronts.
That's why I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I do agree. It is something that the bigger picture. There's a scary thought that if that much pressure comes down on somebody, they're going to have to cave. But in this case, say what you will. Say what you will.
It's important. It's important to. It can be very easy to go down the road of special circumstances until every circumstance becomes special.
That's why I'm not making that argument, because I definitely agree.
And as we learned from Incredibles, when everybody's special, no one is.
Yeah.
Yes, I was about to do that.
Also,
when everyone's super, no one is.
Apparently, there's some people who have been trying to push the meme, Syndrome did nothing wrong.
Syndrome didn't do anything wrong. What are you talking about?
I do know that Billy the Kid did nothing wrong. Speaking of that, why has Billy the Kid not been made into a servant?
Seems kind of obvious, doesn't it? I mean, even freaking Kamen Rider pulled that shit off.
You know, you might as well go and suggest that to Nasu, Monk. Why hasn't Billy the Kid come into the Fate verse yet?
Don't give me ideas. I still want Paul Bunyan to be a Rider class servant.
No, listen. If they made Paul Bunyan a Rider class servant, they would get rid of Babe the Big Blue Ox and just make her into a waifu with big tits.
Of course.
Pretty sure Paul Bunyan would be the waifu with big tits.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesus Christ!
Let's be honest. Hey, let's be honest. You know, the majority of the anime community would kill for that idea.
Jesus Christ! I hate anime.
It's just like for Billy. It's just like for Billy the Kid. They'd make it a waifu that's scantily clad in Western clothes and 2 6-shooters.
Yeah, Jesus.
I definitely cannot disagree with that. I know how fate works.
And of course, they took Astolfo and just made him a fucking twink.
Oh, the memes about that one.
To be fair, any fiction about Astolfo I've seen has done that. It's not just Fate.
Oh no! There's a guy named there's a stop motion channel on YouTube that has the best incarnation of Astolfo I have ever seen. It is glorious.
I have seen. I know of what you speak. I've seen it. Oh God, and yeah, it's got that right level of just pure cringe, but at the same time, just pure hilarity.
I had to check this.
That incarnation is the perfect combination of complete degenerate, but also weirdly the voice of reason. It's fantastic. It really is.
Yeah.
So I had to check this real quick. Weeb community, what are you doing? You turned coronavirus and the Earth itself into waifus, but you have not done it to Paul Bunyan's Big Blue Ox yet? I just looked it up. Can't find anything. What are you guys doing?
Right themselves.
You know. I'm gonna go to Sauce. I'm gonna go to Sauce now and find out if that's true.
I can't find anything.
Says Rule 34 has already beat you to the punch.
Probably.
No, those rules were written in the time before.
Do not cite the deep magic to me, which I was there when.
I was there when it was written.
Yeah. So was I. Trust me. Rest assured. And yet, most of those rules still very much apply.
Yep. I chalk it up to some of the other rules of the universe, such as.
I give you sexy Paul Bunyan.
Ah, there it is. There it is.
Fuck.
You know, Monk.
Paul Bunyan's a lolly,
I fucking told you they would make a big titty Paul Bunyan.
But where's the big blue? Oh, the husbando. I get it now.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you guys some blurst imagery.
Oh fuck!
I give you Paul Bunyan and Babe.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Also, Xie in the chat. Shades, if Rule 34 has it, the furry community certainly has.
I will, Edward. I will leave you to look that up. And I take no responsibility for what happened. I am washing my hands.
Let's go to Gelburo.
I am not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
I'm going to Gelburo to find it out. And you know my rules. If I have to suffer it, so do the rest of you.
Boy.
Fuck.
I do just want to
I got a lot of booze.
Sexy Paul Bunyan is now part of my Google search history.
You're using a normal window instead of a private one.
Let it be known the internet. Let it be known that the internet never contracts or recedes. We only expand.
Expand dong.
But I will note Shades, I mentioned this earlier, but we started this particular endeavor on July of 2 years ago.
Jesus, has it really been that fucking long? Fuck.
Yeah. And when we started it, I had absolutely no plan.
No, I remember we were literally winging it.
And obviously, mother of invention and all that, but a lot of times when I was pitching ideas then and now, it would just be a case of something I thought would be interesting and I wanted to see where it would end up. Some things ended up in crazier places than others. I will admit that there's some topics I do want to go into, but I just haven't found the right angle, like say VTubers.
Yeah, the thing we've kind of learned over these last couple of years is, when it comes to setting up topics, is that we don't just want to cover it for the sake of covering it. You know, we don't want, when I throw up toku topics or anime topics, I know not to just say, oh, we should talk about this series or what its relevancy is. No, what can we learn from that? What can we learn what message can we glean from it? What lesson can we learn so that we can help future creators take that and run with it? Mm-hmm. And that's something that's really expanded. That's really helped us expand this show out. Yeah, and I would like to. I do have a playlist that has all of the entries. We started off with talking about space westerns. I will admit I was a little bit influenced because a few days before that I had watched Bonsai Pop's video on Outlaw Star.
And I had been rewatching Outlaw Star at that time as well.
Which is where I ended up getting confirmation of something I suspected for a while, but didn't fully know. Outlaw Star is technically a sequel.
Only technically, though.
Only technically.
And it's a sequel that I wish got translated officially or unofficially by somebody, because I can barely find a whole lot. And the only parts that really where it really comes through is when it comes to the whole mana thing at the tail end. Yeah. No, we don't get the awesome prequel. No, we get the sequel to Outlaw Star, Angel Links, which we don't talk about Angel Links. Mm-hmm.
What's Angel Links? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I legitimately don't know what you're talking about, but
be thankful.
Good. Be you're blessed. Just thank your lucky stars for that.
Don't look it up.
Yeah. The next one on PS1 era RPGs, around that time there was an image of a bunch of different RPGs that were being shown with the gag of you got to pick 3 of them. And of course, if you go back and look at that list, there is no way you can pick just 3 of them without pain.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pain,
that was
Pecco.
kind of the point. That was kind of the point.
Mm-hmm.
We all had to basically do a buy or sell with every one of them except for Final Fantasy.
Although
he's like,
there was a bit of a drinking game that could have been done with that video of take a shot every time I say that the PS2 or PSP port is better.
Why did the PSP get so many good ports?
I have no idea.
So many.
Because people want to make money, and it is expedient way to do it.
Because of the fact that at that time, and still to this day, really, in Japan, handhelds are the supreme for most people. It's affordable, it's portable, so they can take it with them to and from work, and you can suspend it instead of just having to save, so you don't necessarily have to find a save point, such as in some of these older games. But
why do you think the Switch is so successful?
Yeah,
exactly.
Same kind of concept.
Yep.
But
just as a reminder for that list for everybody listening.
I've got it in front of me.
Same. So do I. I was about to read it out.
I'll do it. FF7, Xenogears, Valkyrie Profile, Breath of Fire 3, Brave Fencer Musashi, Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, Legend of Legaia, Suikoden 2. Hey there, Joel.
Holy shit, brother Joel! I haven't seen you in forever.
Hey, buddy, how's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for coming in for the Centennial.
Yeah, sorry. I was sleeping.
Yeah. You're the second person who said that.
Yeah, I have a night job. I have an excuse. I'm not just some trashy layabout. Who is the loser? That wasn't me.
That'd be Jeremy.
And you're both game designers. How about that?
Okay. Never mind, brother game designer.
But anyway, going through the list again, Parasite Eve, Wild Arms, Legend of Dragoon, Grandia, Tales of Destiny, Star Ocean: The Second Story, and Final Fantasy Tactics, and you were expected to pick 3 out of that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, fuck that noise.
But I had set, but let's see, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those, I had said that, actually no, 6. I had said that the non-PS1 version of them was better. Valkyrie Profile, obviously the PSP version, which I still have. Lunar, also same thing, PSP version. Even though the voice actor, even though the Null having a more masculine voice still bugged me. Like I was so used to having him have that chipmunk-like voice that he had in Complete. Suikoden 2, there was a PSP port of 1 and 2 in Japan for the longest time, but until recent announcements, trying to get a decent copy of Suikoden 2 was fucking impossible unless you want to break the bank.
I was so late to playing Suikoden 2, but I am so glad when I finally did because it was fantastic.
And now we're getting remastered versions.
Nice.
Parasite Eve is one of those instances that's technically a sequel.
But only technically.
Mm-hmm. Wild Arms, everybody knows I have a lot of love for Wild Arms.
We know about
as you should.
Mm-hmm. But when it came to the original, the PSP port Alter Code F is superior.
I need to sit down and play Alter Code F. Wasn't that a PS2 port, or did that go to PSP as well?
No, that was PS2.
Okay.
It was also used to try and cross-promote the anime, which was okay, but I get the feeling it's one of those early animes from B-Train they don't like talking about. Obviously, Legend of Dragoon needs no introduction. Grandia, I think Grandia got ported to Steam recently.
Let me check. I think Grandia 2 has been on it for a while, but you're talking Grandia 1.
Mm-hmm.
Ignoring the bad voice acting of Grandia 2, good stuff.
Let me check. I'm checking. Yes, the Grandia HD remaster and the Grandia 2 HD remaster are both on Steam. Mm-hmm. And the Grandia HD remaster came out in 2019, whereas the 2 remaster came out in 2015.
Yeah. When it came to Grandia 2, I had the PS2 version because I didn't have a Dreamcast at the time. The PS2 version is actually inferior. Mostly
Doku, why are you writing in chat instead of talking?
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to talk over all of us? Are you kidding me?
But
Because he doesn't want to sound drunk yet.
But
Wait, drunk? I'm not drunk yet. I'm busy drinking. That's the point. That's why I'm not talking.
I will be back in a minute.
With Star Ocean 1 and 2, the PSP ports are better, and for a lot of people, that was their first way to play Star Ocean 1 because it didn't come stateside.
Except for those of us who knew the dark web of the time, and Zophar's domain was where we got our little gremlin hands on all the fun games that then immediately directed us to patches on Aeon Genesis.
Yeah. And with Final Fantasy Tactics, as good as the PS1 version is, I still prefer War of the Lions because of a better translation work. Tactics had a spotty translation job, and some of the expanded material that was within it, as well as having some proper voice acting. I know some people slag it because it didn't have Cloud, but instead had the main guy from Tactics A2. But Cloud wasn't what I think a lot of people overrated. Cloud's appearance in the game.
Cloud was a terrible unit. I don't know why they did that.
Cross promotion is a thing, but if you're gonna have somebody as a guest, at least make them viable.
Yeah, he's only good for maybe from the time you get him till about 2/3 of the way through the game, and then he just doesn't scale. He just does not scale. You leave him at the wayside, or you dismiss him.
The big problem is his main deal is materia blades, but materia blades are low tier.
Yep.
But because he doesn't scale, a lot of the stuff that you could get he's going to be completely outclassed even if he's at the same level as everybody else.
I think there was a fan patch that fixed that, but that's on an emulator, so.
And true story, somebody did take the rule. I don't have the document anymore, but somebody took the rule set of Final Fantasy Tactics and turned it into a skirmish war game. And it actually worked pretty well. But also, Ed, it's funny that you mentioned Front Mission since that's coming back.
Front Mission 1 and 2 are already remade. Front Mission is guaranteed to be coming next. Front Mission 3. Mm-hmm. Now all Monk and I want is the spin-off games Front Mission Gun Hazard.
Yeah. But with Episode 3, I'd say Episode 3 was the first pandering episode we did. The Legend of Riku Sanjo.
Ah, yes.
And how appropriate that's...
Okay. Joel?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear the background.
Let me mute.
I was like, when did this become a Japanese school?
Right?
I don't know, but all of us recognized it as the Japanese school chime instead of a chime that that chime is worldwide, but everybody associates it with school because of anime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait a second.
I think we're a few tentacles short to be a Japanese school.
All right, so who's cutting out the paper? Who's cutting out the paper doll? And are we waiting for the thunderstorm or not?
No, but I have my paper fan for if you do that again, Doku.
So we're not going with the curse then?
No, we're going with Full Metal Panic. Don't worry, I'll also pull out my rubber shotgun. You'll be fine.
Oh, Jesus.
Whatever.
Yeah, I probably will. I'm willing to take a bet.
Doku, I saw what you tagged me in.
Oh, Jesus.
Is it wrong, though, Mildred?
No.
I know.
Care to share with the class?
I was going to say.
So, there's a tweet.
Oh, God.
And it's human-like robot wakes up, takes deep breath. And there's a comment on said tweet. And it's like, I don't understand why people are trying to make humanoid robots. And the obvious answer is because people want to have sex with them. Duh. Tell me I'm wrong.
Chobits.
You're not.
I mean, many of the best game girls are robots.
See?
Although
it's relevant to the conversation.
Just remember, do not fist android girls.
That's how you get electrical burns.
Did we forget to invite brother Tanner?
Or
can he not make it?
Because of his schedule, I figured that was not going to happen.
True.
Because he's gonna be grading midterms along with putting out more stuff for H&H.
Yep.
So I was like, yeah, I know how this is gonna go, and I'm not gonna try and interrupt the little bit of sleep that he's probably gonna get, because he is our sleep deprived dev.
Yeah, I think all of our devs count under that, Monk, including you and I.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I just have a hatred of time zones that doesn't exactly help matters, but when I do find it kind of amusing that we're talking about our reflections on Riku Sanjo, given the season 1 completion of Futo PI, which I don't think anybody thought that I don't think anybody 2 years ago thought that Futo Detectives would get an anime.
I did.
I mean, I'd always hoped that it would, because, me being the ultimate double fanboy over here. But it certainly was like a case of, I'll be shocked if this actually happens, but if it does, I will love it so much. And now I need to go back and binge the ever-loving shit out of it.
Do you know why? Do you know why I was sure it would get one eventually?
Why?
Look at all the obscure, or relatively obscure at the time, light novels got anime adaptations.
The reason why I was skeptical that it would is because there's no stranger and no shortage of supplemental novels and comics when it comes to Kamen Rider, especially with the Heisei era. Some of them better than others. Hi Kusaka, fuck you. And when it comes to Kenzaki with his novels, dude could not catch a break.
No kidding. I think the bigger shock was less that it got made at all, is the fact that it got licensed and broadcast in the U.S. That was a case of, how the fuck did that happen?
Although
for me, that's going to be my first Kamen Rider related show I've ever watched.
Shades,
it's the next thing I need to sit down and binge.
We need to convert him.
Yes,
we already recommend like 5 to him and start with like double and then go through a few others?
I don't think you recommended any of the Kamen Riders to me.
I could have.
I think that's somebody else.
No.
I know we've talked about it a few times on our show, but
yeah, that was Zan. You're thinking of Derek and Kira.
You're right. I'm thinking of all the other people I've told watch Kamen Rider.
Look, it's always been on
hundreds of people get stuck in my brain.
Vega's saying that it's not the same as the live action. I think you're coming at it with the wrong approach.
Yeah, that's exactly. They never wanted it to be like the live action. They wanted it to be a little more darker, a little more mature. Still keep that little bit of lighthearted humor because it's what makes it work, is that levity. But they want it to be a little more noir than the actual series was.
I love Futo PI. I love it. It's fantastic. And the anime is great.
But
someone out there has made a joke that this is not to be confused with Futo Pie.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I can't be the first one to have thought that.
I think I've tried to avoid that joke. Thanks!
No problem. That's why I'm here.
I could use the full Japanese name, Futotante.
But when we did the whole canon of comics, I think that was us trying to dip our toe into covering comic books. But truth be told, if there's one that I'd like to redo or re-examine one of these days, it's that one, because I felt we were a little bit too scattershot with that one.
Yeah, we were still trying to find our place.
Well, and I'd also like to say I'd like to say that's kind of I think that's kind of a symptom of the underlying issue with the canon of comics, that it also is extremely scattershot in different ways.
Yep. The world building by the elements, obviously I had no plans on making that a 2-parter. The only reason it became a 2-parter is because of a blackout.
Not just because of a blackout, but also it was getting on 4 hours, Monk, when when we were only halfway through the map. It was the map that was the biggest issue.
Yeah.
It was going to be a two-parter either way.
Mm-hmm. But I felt that was the sole reason I did that was because I had rediscovered the element deck from Mystic Empyrean, and a lot of Mystic Empyrean is literally about world building to the point where it is probably I think it's the only GM-less game that I have reviewed on this channel. And incidentally, it takes a few cues from Legend of Mana, a game that everybody kept telling me is the absolute shits because of its non-linearity. Laugh at irony. But I liked it, and I have used it as a reference point whenever I've talked about weapon variety in video game and tabletop RPGs, because I would play the demo version so many times just experimenting with different weapons.
Doku, stop trying to sell your elves cod pieces. None of the people on the stream are going to fall for your con man.
What?
It has to do with a life path generation that we did that's much later in this list.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
A Tale of Two Deconstructions. That was a case of me coming to a light bulb moment while I was musing on different things. Because even when I'm working, I'm still thinking about different ideas to explore in either my own work or for this show.
This man cannot shut it off. He's like Easy with riffs.
It doesn't exactly hurt that there's a certain bottle cap when it comes to riff possibilities. But with this show, we can cover just about anything and everything we want. But you all know one thing that I absolutely love when it comes to exploring topics is using two contrasting examples. And that was what birthed the whole Tale of Two Deconstructions, because I wanted to explore both Evangelion and Monica Magica insofar as them being deconstructions of certain works.
Holy shit, I've actually watched both those. I can contribute to that conversation. I was waiting for my chance, man.
That conversation, I think, happened well before we got you involved, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
I'm just happy to be included a little bit.
Yeah. But now at the time I had put a pin on the rebuild on whether or not the rebuild played a factor into which was a better job at deconstruction. But now that all the rebuild movies are done, even though Anno says he wants to do more movies in the Eva universe, I still think Madoka did a better job of deconstructing Mahou Shoujo than Evangelion did deconstructing Mecha.
Dude, Evangelion just deconstructed that dude's like weird fetishes. Yeah,
no, it's way deeper than that.
It's way deeper than that. It's uglier than that.
Yeah, there's a long history when it comes to Evangelion's development and why
Anno's mental health.
Yeah, there's reasons why things end up the way they did in the original series. It's just, and some of that falls in the lap of Hayao Miyazaki of all people.
Yeah, I actually really appreciate the ending of the rebuild movies, because that ending of Thrice Upon a Time shows that Anno has grown past his trauma.
Yeah,
indeed.
He was able to move on, and he showed that in his work.
And so shall we all.
And
I really feel like all of them kind of showed that, though. I mean, like,
not the original just kind of half-assed it, though.
Over Oblivion, so.
But in terms
like
of
they did an original series of them, to show a round of applause from a therapy session. Like, he definitely, like, all of them have kind of a weirdly optimistic ending.
I could argue that with End of Evangelion. Thank you very much.
End of Evangelion.
Even in that one, Shinji ultimately chooses not to like stay in the bliss of pre-birth annihilation and actually comes back to choose the horrors and isolation of life just because he'd rather be alive in a world of other people. Like, it's miserable, but at least it's the correct moral choice. Like, no, like they'll have a weird.
Yeah, it's not present. I think the problem is that with the original series and the original movie, it wasn't presented very well in that direction.
In fact, it was presented that Well, it was presented that he made what is ultimately the choice to face down his fears and become an individual again, but it's just him and one other person on the face of the planet now. Nobody else is making that choice. Ultimately, it's a Pyrrhic victory, or Pyrrhic victory, excuse me.
Yeah, but
is it Pyrrhic? I've been saying it wrong.
But the point is, we went into that examining not whether or not they were telling good stories, but how well they succeeded at deconstructing
their genre.
Their genre. And there is a decent argument that Ava wasn't trying to deconstruct Mecha, but trying to deconstruct Ultraman. Even in that premise, it still falls short.
My view of it has been that I don't think Anno was trying to deconstruct anything.
It was a narrative that was pushed, so that's why I did it that way. But then there was the Pick 5 challenge with anime.
These challenges, Monk. Always a challenge to you.
This was fun because this was one of those times where I get to put myself in the hot seat. Since for those who don't recall, the idea was I asked everybody else to pick 5 anime within a couple rules that would encourage variety, and I asked that one. I didn't care who did it, but somebody maintain a spreadsheet with everybody's picks, and do not tell me.
No, I think it was Shades the first time. Then it was me the second pick 5.
Yeah.
But it's essentially the rules. You can only pick up to 2 from any one franchise or any one genre in order to inspire, variety. And the person maintaining the spreadsheet had to make sure there weren't any copies.
Yeah. Any copies from anybody, because if one person picks an anime and then another person picks that same anime, that would kind of be redundant.
Yep.
But
yeah.
And I remember when, for the second pick 5, Coops fucked up and told you one of his things while we were all in a call.
Yeah.
He'll never live that down.
Nope. Not in this group.
Nope. But one of the big things I do remember is the fact that Maddie, I believe you had picked the original Bubblegum Crisis, and I brought up my preference for the follow-up.
Yeah, the Bubblegum Crash and 80 Police. I believe you brought up both.
Yeah, I prefer Tokyo 2040. In fact, I still have the soundtrack.
As do I. It's a banger.
But the big reason that I think the big reason that I did that is that Mike Pondsmith beat me to it by years.
Oh God.
Once again, talking about Mike Pondsmith on this channel, Monk. We're just we're broken records for that guy, aren't we?
Yeah.
Dude, Pondsmith rules though. If you're gonna talk about a game designer, that's the guy to talk about.
Yeah.
Bruh. We know.
But then we had another bit of pandering when it came to Super Sentai: The Drunken Sailor.
Oh God!
I think the plan that we had with that one was to cover the Idiot Red problem that had been happening for so long in the last 10 years.
Yeah, a problem that's still kind of prevalent. It's been kind of subverted a little bit, but it's still kind of there at the same time.
Oh, it's lucky that it's going away.
Boo!
You deserve it.
Yeah, we did.
You all deserve it.
So we did that one back in the tail end of 2020. I think if I recall correctly, around the time that we did it, Lupat had just finished up.
Yeah, which was one of the series that really subverted the Idiot Red trope because it did not have one.
I would like to argue that of the Pat Rangers, their Red is an idiot.
An idiot, but not in the idiot in terms of the Idiot Red archetype.
I know.
Yeah.
I still have to point out that he is a fucking idiot.
Oh no, I won't disagree. He was more of a stubborn Red than he was an idiot Red. He was just too stubborn in his ways to not realize what was going on. But he was kind of like Zenigata from Lupin, which fitting. But I do see where you're coming from. But no, he wasn't like Takaharu or Lucky or Wrights. He was just stubborn.
Yeah. He wasn't someone who's the story bent around him to make him right in the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'd say with the the intervening Reds since, I don't think that there's been that much of a idiot.
No,
maybe
they've had
Soldier. That's the closest I can think of.
He was naive, sure, but I wouldn't call he skirted by the idiot line.
Mm-hmm.
He never fully crossed it.
Yeah, he didn't have the story quite bend around him. They actually had quite a few things go against them a lot of the time.
And
yeah,
even though Rio Soldier was ultimately disappointing.
When it came to Kira Major, well, it's kind of hard to fuck up when you've got the guy who wrote the book on how to do a Sentai over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And not to mention. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Kirame Red was he was excited for sure, but again he never crossed idiot territory. He didn't do stupid shit, and the story didn't bend to his whims.
No.
And the big thing there is even with his literal superpower of having the same imagination powers as the king of Crystallia, he still couldn't just imagine away the problems.
No, he had to have the right inspiration. He had to have the right moment for things to fall into place.
Yeah.
Yep. Kira McKean.
Yeah. The technical approach of an artist. And
which fits his character.
When it comes to Zenkaiger's a weird beast on its own, but no.
Zenkaiger and Dawn Brothers, because they both have Kaito.
To be fair, Zenkaiger actually makes fun of the idiot red trope when they use the Q Ranger powers in one scene. They literally make fun of the damn thing.
Mm-hmm. And as far as Dawn Brothers, it's hard for me to say that he's an idiot. Naive, maybe, not an idiot.
There is a difference, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and remember the idiot red archetype we're pointing out when we point out people like Takaharu or Lucky or Wright is a red who acts the fool, and then the consequences just don't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the prime example would be when the Tokugers were arrested, and Wright just literally just gives himself up for no reason because they didn't do anything. They were not the criminals the cops were looking for. But he literally just surrendered. He just literally admits it just because he can get some Katsudan. And the story somehow bends over to make him end up right in the end and clear their names, which made no fucking sense.
I've seen some people try and play devil's advocate for that by saying that didn't a similar thing kind of happen with the cartoon Dan Versus, which is putting aside the fact that Dan Versus is absolutely brilliant and more people should watch that series. Dan is an asshole. Him being right is always portrayed as just dumb luck, and it does not take seriously how ridiculous. It knows how ridiculous it has to bend over to make him quote unquote right.
Yep.
And usually it makes no damn sense. I think one of the big examples of that was Dan versus Canada. All of a sudden the story devolves into hidden Yetis and people having Yeti ancestry.
Fight the good fight, Dan. Show Canada who's boss.
I mean, Canada is just the U.S.'s hat.
No, there you go. That's the proper attitude.
I'm pretty sure somebody's countered with calling America Canada's undies.
It's top hat. Get it right. It's
because America has balls, baby.
And a dick. Look at Florida.
I was gonna say, look where I live.
You know, Maddie, you have to admit, if you're our hat, that means you can sit on my shoulders or Monk's shoulders and be the tallest person in the room.
Wait, so does that make Mexico knee highs or thigh highs?
Thigh highs. Apparently now U.S. is a fucking femboy.
Oh God.
Well, there we go. Go weeaboo it, internet. You have your next wife.
I bet you it's already been done somewhere.
Don't tempt them. Don't tempt them.
But when
this conversation devolved into something weird.
Let me just make one last point out here. If you take the first letter of each nation going from Canada to Mexico, it spells come.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
It's fate.
Maddie, you should know by now. This is how this always goes.
I know, but you know me. I'm Captain Obvious.
I know. I'm just pointing out that us going off the rails into absolute insanity. That's as much a part of this show as any topic we talk about.
Mm-hmm. But pretty much. Does that mean that North America is the cum zone then?
To be fair, North America has a donk.
Do you want Dave? Because that's how you get Dave.
Yeah. Hey, no, I'm stopping there. There we go.
Sad part is, Monk, I could make this worse.
If you make it worse, you're getting the Dave, not me, Shades.
I'll take the Dave for this one because if I have to have this thought in my head, I have to share it. Bear in mind, Cuba's right near us, in near perfect alignment to fit this idea. Think about that for a minute.
As it does. Are you saying that we're going to Bukake, Cuba?
No, I'm saying that Cuba is the Bukake.
Cuba is simply the projectile to assert our dominance.
There you go.
Yeah, that's your Dave Shade. That's worse than what I did.
I will take it with all the shame that comes with it.
I've been saying for years, someone needs to make a band called Bukake Victim.
But when it came to the Brotherhood effect, that was I think that was us just taking advantage of. There were like two or three anime that were coming out around the same time that were doing the whole remake that's closer to the source material.
Yeah.
Because we had Fruits Basket, we had Orphan, and I think there was one other. Oh yeah, and we had also discussed Sailor Moon Crystal.
Sailor Moon, let's fix the CG so it doesn't look like they're meat tubes.
Mm-hmm. Oh God.
Hey, they fixed it in the BDs. I'll give them that.
And how apropos we talk about Sailor Moon, considering what recently happened a month or so ago.
Hi.
Yep. But then for another bit of let's just throw this out there and see what happens. There was the whole thing with doing the life path generation for Cyberpunk 2020, which I think with every life path since, it's been a game of how long until someone makes a harem protagonist.
And it's usually fucking me because the dice gods hate me. Remember when I had 7 siblings and 6 of them were sisters and all of them either liked me or were my twin that wanted everybody else around me to die because it was yandere time? I fucking swear, I still have the fucking life path from Witcher from when we made some fucking harem protag in there.
And the best part
is, this is more about you than anything else.
It's a well-known rule.
No, this is the dice.
The best part about all
the Nile is not just a river in Egypt.
Stronger, that's all there is to it.
Yeah. The best part is none of that was planned.
That's the best stuff when it's not.
Zan, about those interest payments on that COD piece.
I didn't buy a COD piece from you, you con man.
Then there was the rise, fall, and renaissance of the shooter, because that was when we were starting to get that first wave of a lot of boomer shooters coming around.
And also, Doom Eternal and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which are totally mislabeled. They should be Gen X shooters. Boomer is the baby boom.
Har, har, boo!
Yeah, I'm with Zan on that one.
Yeah. And that was a lengthy one, and it's something that I may revisit because there are certain franchises that I do want to deep dive with. One of them being Marathon, especially in the wake of the reviews that Mandalore did, where he went somewhat deep, but not. But look, Marathon is a rabbit hole, and if you go down deep enough when it comes to the lore and the discussions on Bungie.net, you're not coming out. It's like trying to say you're only going to play Factorio for 30 minutes.
It's like saying you're only going to be on TV tropes for 10 minutes.
or our favorite, just one more turn in civilization, and then I'm done.
just one more ship broken in Shipbreaker. I'll be fine. 90 minutes later.
Yeah. Of course, then there was the whole thing with revisiting Power/Rangers.
Just one more episode of One Piece.
And, I do want to note when Power/Rangers came out, I did not like it. Obviously, good brother Nurgle, who's a friend of the show and has visited a few times, he defended it. And to be fair, he's a big Mortal Kombat guy, so I can see why he would take the position that he did. I didn't care for it largely because I think it did its intended job a little too well, to the point where nobody knew it was supposed to be satirical.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say this. I liked Power/Rangers at a level of cinematography and technicality. Mm-hmm. It was a technical marvel. Plus, the actors did a good job, and the choreography was good.
Yeah, in terms of its production, it was handled beautifully. In terms of what it was intended for, it failed miserably.
Yeah, it was intended to satire all the people who wanted to grim, dark, gritty Power Rangers.
And to that end,
just grim, dark, gritty everything.
If you wanted a grimdark parody of a family-friendly material, we already did that a few years beforehand with There Will Be Brawl.
Or if you want a grimdark Power Rangers, SPD. SPD has a fairly dark storyline compared to its source material. Deca Rangers is silly.
Yeah, but to be fair, they do their best to not make it too dark. They do try to at least liven it up a little bit and put some levity into it.
Yeah. I actually liken it to almost being a Power Rangers noir.
No, I agree, and it was done well. The thing with Power/Rangers, it was not trying to be silly at all. It was trying to act like everything was to be taken super, super, super seriously, even though it gets so serious looking, it loops back around into ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Just remember, Dawson's the bad guy.
In the grim, dark future of the Sentai, there is only sparkles.
Now, when it came to the whole how not to isekai, I think the reason I wanted to approach that one was there's a lot of massive hate boners for the isekai genre, and I wanted to play a little bit of devil's advocate in the sense, because I was seeing a lot of people saying that if a show was an isekai, then it was automatically low grade.
Even though one of the examples on the titles for that particular episode was That Time I Reincarnated as a Slime, which is objectively a god tier anime and light novel.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was the point we were trying to make, is that if you only judge on it based on it being an isekai and not give it credit for whatever other merits it has, then you're not doing your job.
Yeah.
You know, yes, there are bad isekai. There are absolutely shit isekai.
Sword Art Online,
Sword Art Online is not an isekai.
People count it.
Master of Ragnarok for if you want an even worse example.
People count it.
How about In Another World with my smartphone?
Yep.
Zan, I will tell you straight up, Master of Ragnarok is worse than any other isekai out there. It makes SAO look god tier by comparison.
I'm aware. I watched Master of Ragnarok. I wish I had.
You poor bastard.
That is.
You poor bastard.
5 hours of time I will never get back.
Yep.
Yeah. No shit.
The fantasy that ain't. That was meant to explore something that has been a royal pain in my ass for years.
Ass monk.
Yeah. And that is the very narrow way people look at fantasy. And Edward's calling Dunbine the original isekai anime. No, let me raise you one, because Miyuki-chan in Wonderland, it is technically an isekai.
I mean, he's not wrong.
We could go back and find the original isekai Patient Zero, but I don't think we need to be that pedantic.
It's John Carter.
I mean, you're not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Yep. But the
Holy shit, you're right. I just realized that. Oh my god.
The problem that we have is that a lot of people think you need to be doing that British style of fantasy in order to be fantasy.
As Monk and I call it, the Tolkien melting pot.
Mm-hmm. It's not outright Tolkien, but it's this pastiche.
Setting kind of.
Yeah,
the D&D setting style of stuff. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And I don't hate it, but I hate the idea that that's what you have to do.
That has to be fantasy, even though the definition of fantasy is a fictional. It doesn't even have to be a different Earth or a different world. It's a fictional setting in which magic is present.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Record of the Lodoss War is fine. I like it. I like the D&D or the D&D style Tolkien-esque fantasy world it creates. But so is Grand Blue, which is very, very, very JRPG. So, yeah, you don't got to stick to tropes.
Lodoss War started as a D&D campaign. Just putting that out
there. Just like Goblin Slayer is inspired by that writer's D&D campaigns.
Mm-hmm. Hence why I brought it up, because Grand Blue comes out of fucking CY games, and good lord, they are...
And if we want to talk about D&D inspired, let's not forget Slayers, everybody.
Yeah.
Slayers doesn't look like D&D, which is the best fucking part.
Although the funny thing is, it is definitely based on someone's D&D campaign that was made into a light novel. But that campaign, if Slayers is any indication, was heavily homebrewed.
Yes, which is why the anime and light novel don't look anything like D&D. And I think it's to its benefit.
There's also the fact that Slayers D20 makes some significant changes to D&D 3rd edition to make it work. Including a spellcasting system that doesn't piss me off. And Edward,
fuck the Vancian model.
And Edward, yes, Lodoss War started out as a D&D replay that was in Comptique magazine in Japan.
And now I want to cosplay Lena Inverse. Then again, the first 3 seasons were fucking awesome.
Yeah,
you can pull it off, Maddie. I can see it.
But this is an analogy that I have used over the years. Slayers is your D&D campaigns when you're in high school. Orphan is your D&D campaigns when you're in college. Lodoss War is your D&D campaigns when you're out of college and being nostalgic about your high school D&D campaigns.
And Goblin Slayer is your D&D campaigns with your coworkers when you're a salaryman.
what really got Shauna pissed off at me was when I said, and Sorcerer Hunters is your D&D campaign when you have no idea what you're doing.
Okay, that's a drink.
You were gonna drink anyway, Doku.
I've been saving my drinks for when they're appropriate, and that's an appropriate moment.
The point I think we're making here is for you, any opponent is the appropriate moment for you to drink. But regardless, I'm obligated to hit it.
There we go. The dwarf is never wrong about the time to drink, because the time to drink is always.
The magical shonen thing, the first in the Building the Equations series, a lot of that was kind of my response to this idea, to this whole it's all the same argument that I keep hearing from anime fans. Usually with people saying that every shonen is exactly the same. and as if that's a detriment when you're going to have similarities when you're talking about a genre. Putting aside the fact that a lot of people, when they say shonen, what they really mean is shonen battle manga.
That's generally what dominates the shonen sphere, so I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised, but when it comes to the whole it's all the same argument, what it really is demonstrating to me is performative cynicism. Because I can make that argument about any genre of fiction.
Right?
For a genre to even be, it has to have certain tropes and cliches, certain aspects to it that make it that genre. If you take those aspects away, it's no longer that genre. That's just how it fucking works.
And something that a lot of people don't take into account is examining where those things come from. Like a lot, in my opinion, a lot of the poses and structure setup that you see in tokusatsu has its roots in kabuki theater.
Absolutely.
Which is why it was very apropos that Shinkenger fully embraced it with having Kurokos.
Kuroko, the black garbed backstage people that you're supposed to ignore as just background when you watch kabuki theater. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, I could be a dick to prove your point, Mildred, but I think the point would stand. When you see people come out and make arguments like that, I could just simply come out and say, okay, yeah, you're right, but all anime is the same. I've changed my mind.
I've done that a few times, but
I mean, it's a dick argument that has no like real purpose or doesn't it doesn't lend anything to the greater conversation. It's like you said, it's just cynicism for the sake of being cynical.
Mm-hmm. And for those of you who don't understand quite what we mean by performative cynicism, there's another couple terms for this on the internet: doomer mindset and black pilled. We hate these things. Mm-hmm. Fuck you, type of people.
Yeah.
No, the sole reason I do the shit show streams is because I keep hearing people say that there's no good games coming out.
Yeah, we demonstrated that yesterday. Every time you cynical motherfuckers pop out of the woodwork, we will punch you right back down.
I mean, look, even though I've had a horrible shit draw of the games I've picked this year, even I know there's good stuff coming out.
Yeah.
I've just had some shitty luck.
And hell, if you go back and listen to the last shit show that Zan and I did, you'll hear a rare moment of me freaking out.
Yeah, fucking Monk got angry for a second.
I didn't get angry. I was just having a fanboy moment.
Oh, that part. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh,
yes.
For a second, I thought Monk bought Scorn.
No. He marked the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
No, Monk freaked out over one of the. Which game was it, Monk?
It was Phantom Fury.
Yes.
Which is the sequel to Ion Maiden. I'm going to keep calling it Ion Maiden. Fuck you, Iron Maiden. Right at the end, Blade
Sid
from Sin shows up, and
Sin is in,
and it's even shown that they brought in his gun from that game.
He's like, he was even commenting earlier, Phantom Fury looks a lot like Sin, and I'm just sitting there going, you're right.
and
you know what? That serves another very as an example of something that I think needs to be pointed out as just a side note to the conversation. Fan service doesn't always mean upskirts and panties.
No, in this case, it's with a shooter that was the victim of bad timing. Because Sin came out right around it was in that old school style, but it came out shortly after Half-Life. When that particular storytelling focus was dominating the conversation. But the magical shonen idea, the original one was building off of the I Ching, which we kind of did, but I remember Zan got real pissed at me at the idea of having to come up with rules for all of those combinations.
Yeah, I was like, nah, that's way too fucking much.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why we then did modular building.
And I still have the notes for that, and I may end up exploring it down the road.
I know you're gonna wrote that particular design as well as you do.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
that episode. This sounds kind of cool.
I don't know why, Mildred, but you just gave me an idea. I really want to see a Marvel vs. Capcom remake. But I want one of the playable characters to be the T-001 tyrant because I want to see the T-001 fight Wolverine.
Given the current state of Marvel, I'm fine with Capcom never working with them again for the foreseeable future.
Considering the current state of both Marvel and Capcom, I'm fine with both of those companies getting gutted and becoming what they used to be
anymore.
Capcom's doing fine.
Capcom, Capcom is doing more than fine. Just go look at the Sunbreak sales.
Yeah. But then we get to another bit of Toku-ness, and this one was not pandering because I wanted to talk about Garo for a while.
No, that's pandering to you.
Mm-hmm.
You pander to yourself.
I will admit that I wanted to focus just on the live-action entries with Garo and not the animated. I wanted to acknowledge it, but I didn't want that to be the focus because while the anime version of Garo isn't bad, I feel like it's a case of not playing to one's strengths, since one of the big selling points with Garo was it being this all-star cast of Toku legends working on it, as well as it being a tokusatsu that was explicitly horror in a time frame where that wasn't really a thing. Kind of a throwback to a lot of the tokusatsu styles of the 70s and 80s. And an acknowledgement that if you look back at the original Kamen Rider, there is a bit of a horror element to it.
Oh, yeah.
A bit, just being subject to illegal human experimentation to turn you into a cyborg and all that fun shit.
Mm-hmm.
And all the horror element monsters.
Yeah.
Remember your original trilogy, everybody. Bat, Spider, Cobra.
Mm-hmm. And of course the other thing was, I will admit my introduction to Garo was thanks to Jam Project, because it's fucking Jam Project.
Monk, you're making me hurt. Jam Project is old. They are getting on in the years.
So am I, bud. Get in the fucking car.
It's not old, it's seasoned.
No, I'm talking about these people are going to have to retire at some point in the very near future.
Oh, when they do, they will retire as legends. And that particular legacy will be carried on by someone else, much like what happened with Kageyama passing the torch on to Endo.
This is true, even though Kageyama still sings from them from time to time.
Oh, that's because when you get the itch, you got to scratch it. Phrasing.
Yeah.
I would call it the itis, but none of you are black enough to get it.
And you're only saying that because you're black, Monk.
God damn.
You've all seen the Boondocks. So you know what the itis is.
This is one of my favorite episodes of the Boondocks. I love the itis.
My favorite episode of one of my favorite episodes, or at least moments, is the nigga moment.
The return of Stink Meaner remains my favorite.
Mm-hmm. And well, truth be told, if I could get that much air to dropkick somebody, I'd do it all the time. Everybody talks about him drop kicking somebody, but nobody talks about how much air he got to do it right in someone's chest. Like you gotta have some anybody who can do that on the spot is not skipping leg day.
Yeah, you gotta train to spring up like that.
Mm-hmm. But then we had our first full-on roasting of somebody with calling J.J. Abrams the California roll. I will say the idea of calling him the California roll didn't come from me, but I don't recall who said it first, but it was so perfect I had to use it. Cuz the big reason why I did it is California roll, when it comes to sushi, is the most basic bitch sushi you can get. Like it is the sushi that you get when you don't know any better.
That's right. When you don't know anything about sushi.
Mm-hmm. You end up getting the California roll. And J.J. Abrams, in terms of how he does work, where it looks pretty but always falls apart on closer inspection, was a perfect analogy. It's especially apropos because in the years since we did that episode, J.J. Abrams has lost a lot of political capital.
I feel like comparing J.J. Abrams to a California roll is an insult to California rolls.
Well,
I mean, I like California rolls. They're fine.
Well, that's the thing. They're okay.
They're fine.
Yeah, but if you're gonna make a California roll, you still have to have at least somewhat knowledgeable person putting it together.
Or you end up it's supermarket sushi.
That's a better analogy. J.J. Abrams is gas station sushi. It's cheap, it's probably edible, and it resembles something good. And hopefully it doesn't make you sick.
One of my coworkers had a horror story about getting gas station sushi when she was in the last time she was in New Orleans. She ended up having to stay home for like a week because of the after effects. That's the best way I can put it.
So I can't say anything other than she should have stopped at gas station sushi.
No, she had gotten sushi from a gas station.
That's what I mean. She should have stopped at gas station sushi, meaning walk away. No one should be eating sushi from a gas station.
To be fair, and when you're starving, everything's closed, but the gas station.
Even under those circumstances, you don't touch that shit. The only time
you're bound to be able to find a dead homeless man you can eat before that gas station sushi.
Shades, you were saying?
The only place I will go for store-bought sushi is Publix, because they actually do make legit good sushi there. Mm-hmm. Not the greatest, it's still not as good as the real deal, but in a pinch, it ain't that bad.
When times are hard, even the devil eats flies. And truth be told, if it's that late at night, you'd be better off going to White Castle for all it's worth.
Right, something like that.
And I've only been, and truth be told, that's saying something, because I've only been to White Castle like 5 times in my life. I've had it before, but it was the frozen stuff you'd get in the store. I had rarely been in the actual place. But Abrams, because of the fact that he hasn't been delivering, especially delivering on some of the contracts he had signed himself to, and then went to work on film projects for other companies. This idea of him being the next Spielberg is really falling flat. So I think a lot of karma ended up happening after that episode. But then when it came to the Mechton Zeta life path, my mindset was, well, we did one focused on a classic R. Telsorian Games RPG. Why not do the other one with what can be considered one of if not the best mech RPGs out there, with Mechton Zeta, and adding the whole thing with Char. That was just if I did, I had to put some sort of tagline to give it some spice, and picking on Char was the thing that came to mind. Fortunately, that one wasn't as insane as what we ended up doing with Cyberpunk 2020. And for the record, I don't have any plans on revisiting Life Path with Cyberpunk Red, because it'd mostly be us repeating ourselves. But
I can make a really mean joke about pulling a Mike Pondsmith there, but honestly, I kind of like Cyberpunk Red, so I'm gonna bite my tongue there. So let me know that I could have Mike.
And if anybody asks if I'd ever do that for V3, why the fuck would you think I'd play V3 again? Shades, for the record, V3 is in the hall of we don't talk about that, like MD Geist.
Oh God.
Oh Lord.
MD Geist, what's that, Monk?
MD
Geist still need to watch MD Geist. I want to.
Or the Tsukihime anime. We don't talk about it, it doesn't exist.
I dare everybody to watch both MD Geist and the Tsukihime anime.
Well, that's because you're out of your goddamn mind. We already know this.
Mm-hmm. And maybe I want everyone else to be just as mayhemic as I am.
Yeah. Saying top it all off with some Angel Sanctuary while you're at it.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You really went there.
Look, in the early days of the VHS stuff, as I was starting to get into anime, that was like among the earliest ones I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, trust me, I'm very familiar.
As god-awful as Angel Sanctuary is, I still kind of love it.
Yeah. But then
just a casual story about an angel falling in love with his sister.
Well, yeah.
But then we had the whole thing of .hack versus SAO, and the sole reason I did that was because Reiki
Kawahara
had tried to claim some months back that .hack ripped him off.
And .hack was around first.
Because when it was, I can't remember the name of it, but there was some mobile game that was going to have .hack R1 characters as guests. And
it was also, really, I think, around the same time that the .hack TU remake Last Recode was coming out as well.
Yeah. And he got really pissy about the matter, claiming that .hack ripped him off. And I know Des had ripped into him, but I still wanted to do it in my own way.
Yeah. Though, admittedly, Reiki Kawahara has since retracted that statement and has made friends with the creators of .hack, but we still had to give him some shit for that one.
When we give Reiki Kawahara, yep.
Everybody gets theirs. 2, I wanted an excuse to rip on Kawahara, and he gave me the perfect reason to do it. 3, I love contrast.
Or, well, we're a bunch of petty assholes.
Mm-hmm. But when it came to number 20 with us talking about X, did I do that to fuck with Zan? Yes.
Yes. Yes, he did.
But the other reason to do it was thanks to a very interesting article that he had sent me before we did that episode.
The article about what the end of X should and should not be were it to ever be made. Yeah.
And it was calling X the Clamp Apocalypse, Ed, is definitely the case, but not quite so. There's a lot more going on than just the apocalypse. But then we had the whole thing with character action, and doing something on character action games was inevitable given the background of several of us here.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an opportunity for me to rant about Ninja Gaiden 2 on the 360, and how that is a case of crossing the line when it comes to difficulty and going into bullshit. And well, karma has paid its due, because when's the last time you saw its creator actually make a game after Devil's Third flopped? But another one. It's funny that the ones that I consider redoing are the ones that are comic book related. The one after that was bridging the gap about why the MCU isn't creating comic readers. In the time since we did that, the problem has gotten worse. I think around that time you had the issue. This was, I think, either during or after the tail end of Phase 3 with all the Infinity stuff.
Yeah.
And
we were just getting into Phase 4 at that time.
I remember going through the long ass documentary that SF Debris did called The Rise and Fall of the Comic Empire. And in that he talked about after the Spider-Man movie was a massive success, so there was some trickle down with that into the comics, and doing some back adaptation, like giving him organic webs instead of the mechanical ones. And I felt the question that I ended up having is why people were not going into the comics. And it's granted, now that I've had a better understanding over the last 2 years of the state of things, I know that the reason why is because the comics from the big two fucking suck. Embrace the indies, folks.
No joke.
Indie comics are great.
Mm-hmm. It's really not a landing place for people that like stuff from the movies. I was reading some Claremont X-Men the other day to kind of cleanse my palate from modern comics. And I was like, any of these issues would have been a great landing point for almost any of the movies. You have recognizable characters, you have kind of a similar situation. Comics used to do that. they're unrecognizable now. There's no place for them to land. Like you go from the Marvel movies, you're like, oh, I like that Iron Man. Let's see what he's up to, and it's a completely different character doing things that are totally unrelated to classic Iron Man. So you're like, oh, I guess this isn't for me, and you put the comic down. Yeah. Just like everything's like that now.
And I think when it comes to some people had argued with me that the comics shouldn't be beholden to the film, which is not a position I've ever advocated, because that has its own logistical problems, obviously. But the big problem with that is is that there's a quote from Stan Lee that's gotten used quite a bit. Every comic is someone's first.
That's a good quote.
And if there's already the stigma that you need all this backstory in order to understand comics, but if you look at certain comic eras like in the 2000s, that wasn't exactly the case. And
it's never been the case. There's really never been a time aside from the modern times, like the last 10, 15 years of comics, where you needed to know anything aside from what was established in that issue. And those usually direct you, like those little editorial boxes. Oh, go read this one. That just sells more comics, man. That makes deeper comic fans.
Oh, now Edward brings up the Marvel Ultraman comics, which I'm sure are very good. But here's the thing: what else you got? Because eventually people are going to get completely caught up on that one, and if you don't have anything else for them, what else are you going to do? Plus, the people who are reading the Ultraman comics are not going to be reading other Marvel Universe stuff.
Yeah, you kind of again you keep putting yourself into that corner of, okay, what's next? Mm-hmm. Well, where do you go from there? You need to set up people into getting into that next step, or else you're just gonna leave them behind again, and that's what they keep doing. They keep expecting people to keep up, but with how deep the web is that you have to crawl through to catch back up, it's impossible.
To use a parallel, let's consider the impact that the Dawn of War games had on Warhammer 40,000. It could be easily argued that Warhammer 40K's universe is impenetrable, but people were able to expand into that, and Games Workshop, in a moment of rare intelligence from them, adjusted accordingly, especially in the pages of White Dwarf. There hasn't really been that, and even some of the cross promotion hasn't really done it. Like, I get the feeling there's a whole generation of people who got into Marvel through the Capcom games, like through X-Men versus Street Fighter and everything that came after that in that Versus series. Or
honestly, I've never considered that as a possibility. But
it really revitalized my interest back when I got Marvel vs. Capcom.
And
I was like, oh man, I haven't read the X-Men in a long time. So there might be something to that, Mike.
The same thing applies with a lot of the 90s cartoons. And hell, very few people knew about Blade until Snipes.
That's true.
Snipes so owned that role, though. Like, it's going to be... If they ever remake that, it's going to be a massacre.
Oh, they're already working on it. They're already doing it.
About that, Shades, it's back in development hell because the producer's out.
Of course.
It's a script without a captain once again. So I expect that to be in development hell for a few more years. And truth be told, unless they no matter who they pick, unless they decide to do a massive throwback to the way Blade was in the 70s, anybody they pick, it's going to be a case of, as Andre says, jumping after Vicula.
Yeah. That and the other albatross around its neck is it's going to be set in the same universe as Venom and fucking Morbius. So good luck with that.
Venom's better than Morbius, to be honest.
Maybe Ghost Rider will show up.
Look.
That'll be a moment.
I still stand by Morbius. Not Morbius. Wasn't
Morbius
actually that bad.
Morbius was bad.
Great. It was fine.
Oh.
It wasn't a horrible movie. It was just fine.
So Marvel for a while did those classic monster comics. So I guess they're doing that. That's just saw at Disney Plus. I had not seen that advertisement for
the Werewolf by Night.
Or Werewolf by Night. Yeah, I was like, really? So are they going to bring Dracula? Because that was huge the Dracula comics I was a huge fan of way back like 90s.
They're actually good, as I recall.
They were good.
Yeah.
But moving on, then we had another case of dipping into Power Rangers because I wanted to examine if a Power Rangers movie could work, because we did finally get a decent Power Rangers movie, but it was less of a Power Rangers movie and more of a weird remake of The Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club with a small dose of, I'd say, either Transformers or Pacific Rim, depending on who you ask.
Mm-hmm. Pacific Rim seemed a little more apropos.
Yeah, because that was the big deal at the time.
Yeah. And and Joe was saying it's episode C of GeekWatch. No, it isn't.
Well, if you go by Roman numerals, he's not wrong.
You're not wrong.
And he did point out Roman numerals.
Mm-hmm. And looks like we lost Doku. I guess his time ran out, so it's back to his OSHA thing. But because we had now had 3 attempts to try and bring Power Rangers to film. Oh, work is calling, I see. And each of them have had
obviously the Ivan Ooze one was the best one, but move on.
The best one, but it's kind of like being best of the rest in a Formula 1 race. Which is
not exactly high grounds.
Yeah.
Low bar.
Or to put it another way, Luigi wins by doing nothing.
Low bar.
Mm-hmm. And plus, let's not forget that behind the scenes, that movie was a trash fire. Mostly because, as I've said many times, Fox did not make good decisions. And if you listen close, you can hear the cringing of Alien fans all over the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
But just some of the really stupid decisions that they tried to make because they had no idea what they had gotten themselves into. And while the Turbo movie was a glorified pilot.
The less said about it, the better.
Mm-hmm. And the Neil Saban thing was probably the one good thing that came out of the Neil Saban era. But I wanted to explore why the attempts keep failing just from a narrative perspective, and if you can do the whole origin story thing while not falling into the same traps. I think you can, but there's a certain approach that you need to do. The chief and oddly enough, I do think that JDF was right about one thing. If you're, instead of trying to do it as a movie, do it as a Netflix series. Again, the same production style as a lot of the streaming series that were making the rounds.
Yeah, Netflix series would be better because it has that binge watch structure to it.
That, and you don't have to wrestle with trying to do the whole movie as a origin story. I think that's the other problem. I think people are sick of a film being used to do the origin story for the umpteenth time. When you have a character who's when you have a well-established IP on that regard, you don't need to do this whole thing of, oh, we need to tell the origins because people may not know. No, people are going to know through some degree of popular zeitgeist. You don't need to tell the origin story of Superman for the millionth time.
Nor do we need to, just like to be real on this subject, nor do we need another Superman story, period. Can't we just tell new stories about new characters?
I think
You're asking too much, man.
I know.
I think there are stories that can be told with Superman, but that's a whole other matter.
That's also an episode further down the list.
Yeah.
Yes.
When it came to them's fighting words, that was because I wanted to explore the fact that for the longest time, the FGC has been held on the back of Street Fighter. Nowadays, that's not really the case. In fact, you've got a bunch of people who are holding it up. It does not begin and end with Street Fighter. I mean, obviously you have everything that Arc System Works has been doing on the anime side, as well as a few other folks. At the time we had the runaway success of Dragon Ball Fighters, and
another Arc System Works.
Yep. I would say Smash still has its spot, but it probably would be even bigger if Nintendo would not be so damn stubborn about netcode. Because I guarantee if they had netcode the way so many other fighting games have, Smash Brothers, especially Smash Ultimate, would be at the top.
They just need to implement the same rollback netcode that ArcSys pioneered.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I think it's kind of funny that Smash Bros. Became a big competitive thing, almost in spite of what Sakurai was trying to create with it.
I mean, Sakurai literally said that that's not the way the game's meant to be played.
He was trying to make an anti-competitive game, and yet they still found a way to make it competitive. Maybe
they found a way to make it competitive by taking out all the anti-competitive measures he put in.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that trying to cater to a casual audience isn't always going to work. Casual to all audiences. That's why with Ultimate they created the 2 different variations. That way everyone can be happy.
Mm-hmm. But truth be told, when it came to trying to make that kind of non-competitive approach, let's not forget that the idea of combos as we know it in fighting games was an accident.
Or a glitch. Yeah. It was a frame data glitch in Street Fighter 2.
But I actually prefer having that kind of variety instead of all roads leading to Street Fighter. In fact, for the last few years, Street Fighter has had to play catch up, and I'm including 6 in that whole catch up thing. But with the whole thing of moving to the Cardinal Sins thing, that was another case of wanting to expand into a whole other genre to keep the topic variety fresh. Especially since we count some amateur and professional writers within our inner circle.
Yeah, including myself.
Mm-hmm. So delving into what to do and what not to do, I think was a good move to make. One that I do think was a bit of a mess was the whole reconstructing D&D classes. And if I were to go back and do that one again, I wouldn't. I just nuke the whole classes and start fresh.
Yeah, that one took us a long time.
That was 4.5 hours.
And we have since refined that reconstructing classes stuff into the Class Warfare series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever I get invited on to those are always fun.
We do have a couple more Class Warfare entries that we have planned. But
I'll put them on my radar.
Then there was one, the one about Zex and him being a better Char than Char, that was me wanting to start a fight.
He just wanted to make Gundam fans fight each other.
Mm-hmm. Like I've made Star Trek and Star Wars fans fight each other, and that was hilarious.
I even made the joke that Full Frontal was a better Char than Char, and he's a clone, literally.
Mm-hmm. But I wanted to go into the fact that despite the massive amount of popularity Char has, which is why we have all these clones, some of the quote unquote Char clones that get dismissed with that title are actually better written characters, and Zex was the big example that I wanted to use because when you think about it, he's only a Char clone in appearance. That and even in the aftermath of the series, he didn't pull a massive weird ass heel turn. No, I'm not letting Char's counterattack go. That was what the fuck.
I mean, that's just Char trying to fulfill the Space Noid wishes of him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought it was weird, given what people said. But then when I finally got to see Zeta and Double Zeta, it made even less sense. Especially Zeta, the series that gave us the "I came here to laugh at you" meme.
Mm-hmm.
But
that wasn't Char. That was 4 vaginas.
No, God.
But then there was the big one, when we decided to reconstruct the Star Wars sequels.
Oh, the true beginnings of our reconstruction series.
Mm-hmm. Oof.
I truly need to actually. I have not listened to those ones, and I truly need to listen to that shit.
We've had some great times with those. Yeah.
And yeah, the funny thing is, when I pitched the idea, I initially said we would not use any EU material because it would be way too easy to just steal a bunch of stuff from the EU and call it a day. You know, because when it comes to storytelling in the EU, we're kind of spoiled for choice. Zan, however, had other ideas.
Thrawn! Grand Admiral Thrawn!
Yeah.
Which honestly was
Love
for the
that
best.
guy. He's such a boring character.
Because if I'm being honest, there was no way that we could have rehabilitated Snoke.
No.
Dude, I almost fought Tita in the fact that I hated Last Jedi and how somehow he liked it.
It's a free country and he is free to be wrong.
That's what I said.
But I think the legacy that Last Jedi has left speaks for itself, because whenever I hear discussions about Last Jedi, it's less about the film itself and more about how it effectively broke discourse, much in the same way that Ghostbusters 2016 broke discourse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a fanboys mad thing. It's not so much whether or not the movie had any merit of its own. It's like, you know, this new set of audience members who are just there to shit on the old audience members. It's a peculiar phenomenon. It's been happening a lot recently.
The thing is that new audience, that greener grass. Well, the grass is green only because it's radioactive, and because of that, it took the Mandalorian to somewhat rebuild the image, and now it's damaged once again. Although,
and then trash it.
I did find it kind of funny that there was that controversy about a sci-fi'd up AK-47 being controversial in Andor. Yeah, apparently people were really pissed about seeing a AK-47 in Star Wars, and I'm like, you guys clearly don't know what franchise you're dealing with, because all of the guns in the original trilogy were just ripped.
That's right. But remember Andor, I'll find the articles to post them for you guys, me in the chat somewhere.
Talking about the android from the games, because I loved that guy.
No, I'm talking about
no Andor the series. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the article
about the
literally
gun and
said
not the robot, because there was a character named AK-47.
We're talking about the new series that came out recently.
Yeah,
I know, but like,
No, you're talking about HK-47.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's what I'm thinking about.
No, I'm saying there was a full. Maybe it would have been easier if I said Kalishnikov, but there was a full.
Yeah, that would have been way better.
But there was a full on. There was a full on sci-fi'd up AK in, and
Yes.
that got people mad, and I find that ridiculous because the majority of the guns in the original trilogy were repurposed or sci-fi'd up World War I and II guns.
I mean, Han's blaster was just a sci-fi'd out Mauser broom handle pistol.
right.
Mm-hmm. And the rifles that the stormtroopers had were just a modified version of British Sterlings, which are shit. And it's kind of ironic. That they have a reputation for not being able to shoot for shit, and the Sterling and the Sten weren't exactly accurate.
No.
You can find out. Go ahead.
The only reason people got upset about that Andor gun was because they had touted Andor as this, like, oh, this is our representation, like in articles, like this is our representation of, you know, us exemplifying how the Empire is represented by Trump era MAGA Republicans, and how Andor is this rise up against that in this super woke. So all the wokes are watching it. And then they see the AK and they flip out because they know nothing about Star Wars. They're only watching it to see, oh, let's watch how this Star Wars story is going to tell our story of the overthrow of America's yada yada.
Mm-hmm. And the thing, I think Leia's blaster was also based on an old school weapon. I just can't remember what it was, but. Moving past that, after the success of the whole reconstruction thing, I think I approached you, Shades, about what Kamen Rider entries would make for a good one.
Yeah, I remember we had a pretty good discussion about that one for a little bit.
And why I wanted to focus on Kamen Rider, because when it came to Super Sentai ones, a lot of I think around that time we started to refine what would be a good and bad target for reconstruction.
Yeah, it was around this time we really started establishing the rules of what we would do with reconstructions, how we would do them, why we would do them, and things like that. We really started to hammer that out at this point.
Because there were a bunch that's been suggested to us over the years. And a lot of them we've turned down because they don't fit that criteria.
Yeah.
I know TJ tackled it, but we had that whole thing where we decided Megaforce was off the table because we'd have to blow the whole thing up.
Pretty much. I think he did too, anyway.
Yeah, he did. That's proving our point. But Ryuki was one that I wanted was one that fit all our criteria because of the strength of premise despite the execution. Plus, Ryuki despite his popularity, is a controversial entry because of how it treats the whole hero of justice thing.
It's labeled the death of Showa era Kamen Rider for a reason.
Yeah, and there was that whole thing with Mr. Shirakura. And what he said when TV Asahi when TV Asahi outvoted him.
Yeah, he wanted to shut down Kamen Rider, and TV Asahi was like, "No, fuck you. You're keeping that shit whether you like it or not."
The next one was certainly a seed for future ideas to be planted, which was a gathering of heroes, because while I was doing some organizing, I rediscovered a program I had acquired to do random hero creation for Marvel heroic role-playing. And you combine that with the fact that I had seen a fan film depicting a LA branch of UA, and the two things just kind of came together.
Yep. Which is when we did our construction of UA Great Lakes.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds awesome.
But
I mean, we went through a random generator that would give out power sets from Marvel Heroic, and we created our own Class A.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Some of the ones we had to kind of fiddle with because the power set was resulting in some weird combinations. Like it, and Ed, I said Marvel Heroic. That one is the Cortex system. There wasn't
really well for all of a session or so. It's really got a fantastic vibe for like one session. After that, it kind of loses cohesion. But
I do want to cover Cortex Prime down the road, but I'm covering the Cortex Prime book itself is going to have this problems as to why I don't cover Universal games all that often. So I'm probably going to use Tales of Xadia, but the problem is I still haven't finished The Dragon Prince. I'd like to at least finish that before I work on its adaptation. I mean, I could have had an easier time if I went if the He-Man one actually came out. Thanks, Cam Banks. You have not you're a good designer, but you're shit at follow through. Speaking of follow through, the next one we had on the list was Toonami. And
oh god,
Brian, I will mention in the Discord later on for superhero RPG recommendations because I've got a few.
There are a lot.
But I did want to when it came to the whole life, death, and resurrection of Toonami, I wanted to cover the impact that Toonami has had on the anime scene, as well as some of the good ideas and bad ideas, including the ties.
Ah, yes.
But
such as the fact that Toonami allowed for Big O to have its second half, or IGPX being a thing, or this season, Housing Complex C.
Yep.
Oh, which has already been amazing so far.
And we will probably dedicate a Parliament special to Housing Complex C as soon as I figure out when we do it.
You guys will have to do it because I can't watch it with that fucking dub. I'm sorry.
I didn't think the dub was that bad.
I don't like it. It doesn't. It pulls me out of it. I don't know why. It just does.
But then
I actually had to drop it this season.
Then we have the entry that initially I had made with Jeremy in mind, but he couldn't make it. When we were talking about Star Trek video games.
Yep. Yes. Oh man, I really wish I had been there.
Yeah, that was one I pitched to you. Although I do like what we ended up coming up with the idea of essentially a Star Trek almost 4X game, just not
okay.
As big of the scale. The idea being that in a quadrant, I can't remember what quadrant we used, but you were the head of a starbase in a part of space that is largely unknown to the galactic powers at large.
Okay.
I think it was at the edge of Delta Quadrant near Beta or Gamma Quadrant.
Yeah. The point is this is a spot that hasn't been touched on a lot by the Federation, so you have to act as the representative. And we had used Kirk, Picard, and Sisko as philosophical pillars for the way that your commander could operate.
Nice.
Okay,
but you better have some Janeway. No, you don't have to have any Janeway. No, gee, you mean tell a new Star Trek story about a new part of space and not rehash some part of Star Trek history? Gee, what a concept.
A recurring thing with a lot of the stuff we've done here has been utilize the past to explore the future.
That's accurate. That's the way we tell new stories. Mm-hmm. If we keep rehashing, then we start digging at the bottom of the barrel. I'm talking about you, Marvel.
And as we've mentioned in the past, several of us are fans of Riku Sanjo, and there's a lot of that passing the torch in his work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I gotta head out for the evening. Got work
Same.
tomorrow.
I gotta wave my hands in the air for deaf people in various stages of medical trauma. Love your faces.
Later. Thanks for
Have a good night, everybody.
Come on, boys.
I'm gonna hold out for a little bit longer, but I will have to go soon because I'm starting to doze here.
But
on my 10-minute count now.
But then there was the one that I have referenced to people probably the most, the reconstruction of the Legend of Korra.
We have used that as an example of how our reconstructions work and what we hope to achieve with them endlessly.
And
oh man, you guys got to lead me to that one. I want that thing to get redone by competent people.
And I actually contacted a friend, Jojo Brito, and commissioned him to do a version of Korra that or do an artwork of Korra built on that reconstruction, and I sent him the video for it.
And I think he got her across pretty well. And then when we do the follow-up to that episode, he did the Korra at the end of her journey picture that was super cool too.
This is the one that he did it first, because I had to explain to him that the version that we're going with is that she is, while there's certainly some tomboy aspects, Korra is essentially a child trying to be an adult instead of and
she's trying to fulfill the expectations of the people around her. Mm-hmm. So she's a child trying to be an adult, trying to live up to the expectations of these people who knew Aang, and it is also a bit bookish.
And is a Nekojita. Can't handle hot food and drink. And we had to put in a gag of her using waterbending to cool down tea while Fire Lord Zuko looks at it and is just appalled.
That would have been brilliant. Why didn't they write that?
Because they wanted some sort of Tom Girl MMA.
I think one of the other gags that we did that I really liked in that run was in some of her training for waterbending, having to spend time in effectively a makeshift sauna.
Yep.
And they go in. You have two White Lotus guys standing guard outside of it. One of whom just if I were to animate it obviously you don't see the inside of the sauna. You just see the two guards just standing there. One of them pulls out a stopwatch. You hear it ticking and ticking and ticking, and then a few seconds later, Korra ends up running out and is just crab red.
Mm-hmm. I especially like
nobody's can go through gags like that. It's great.
I especially like that we not only gave her an in-universe reason to hide that she's the Avatar, but she actually hid it for a really long time in Republic City.
Yeah, except for one moment where that led to Asami saying, Dad, have you ever seen a waterbend? Have you ever seen somebody from the Water Tribe Earthbend?
Which, of course, Sato was like, "What?" We encourage everybody to go watch our 2 episodes reconstructing the Legend of Korra. Shameless plug aside, you cannot shame that which has none. But
actually, it's really entertaining. Like, I gotta tell you guys, I think you sold me on it.
Yeah.
Have fun, Joel.
Then you know how we mentioned earlier about how the reconstructing D&D classes morphed into class warfare. The initial idea that I had was to do a Monster Hunter class for 13th Age. I still have the notes that I wrote with it, but I stopped doing it because I ran into a bit of a wall. And truth be told, that's when I may consider redoing, but with Zan, and if I can get him to come on, Zero.
Yeah, I would. Zero needs about a month in advance of warning, so if we schedule out far enough, we can let him know.
Yeah, And I'm not even sure if I'd use 13th Age, especially since there's going to be some overhauls coming to 13th Age with the upcoming Escalation Edition.
Yeah, but I remember that we used the classes of 13th Age to great effect. Actually, I think.
Yeah, we did, but something about it felt like I was writing myself into a corner. I can't really explain what it was that bugged me.
I think it was probably just the fact that we were constrained to using a system that probably doesn't fit Monster Hunter the best, but was the best that we had at the time.
Well, what I've come to realize is that the problem was and this is also a problem with trying to do Dark Souls, which we'll probably get into later this year. Monster Hunter's form of advancement is directly tied to equipment.
Yeah.
That sort of equipment-based design is a minority in fantasy gaming and in tabletop gaming in general.
Yeah,
I think you could use it
because there are some examples of equipment-based advancement, like the alchemicals from Exalted spring to mind. Is their charm set is basically different kinds of equipment.
It's still charms though.
I wonder, Monk, if there's a way that you could make a core mechanic based around things like the tag-based weapon system we have for FF Legend, that would better suit advancement via equipment.
I would have to think about it, but until then, I would need to do is a whole lot of studying when it comes to the series as a whole, because while you and Zero are much better experts than I am, and there's a lot of stuff I would need to look into, because what I would need to do is look at all the different gimmicks and the like that have been present in Monster Hunter and create a vertical slice right down the middle of all of it.
That actually wouldn't be to your advantage. I understand the reason why you'd want to do it that way, but because of the fact that much like Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter is changing in different ways with each game, it does bigger overhauls than Final Fantasy has done. I would say that the biggest overhaul was the jump from 4th generation into 5th with World, getting rid of things like the loading gates and making seamless vertical and horizontal interplay on the maps, changed up how monsters had to act in the first place, and thus changed up how weapons had to act in the first place.
I want to talk about this so goddamn much.
if we were going to go for
scratching where I'm competent, like, oh man, I could talk about this forever.
Yeah. But after that, we had the whole thing discussing. We themed episode 35 around Mass Effect, but what it really was themed around was the life and death of the choice-based narrative getting heavily pushed in video games.
Your choices matter.
Yeah, they kind of didn't, as I recall, in Mass Effect. It's been a little bit, but I don't remember.
They mattered more in 1. They mattered a little bit in 2, and they mattered all the way through 3 until you got to the end of the game.
It was like, oh no.
My absolute favorite thing that came out from Mass Effect 3 was the developers saying this isn't going to be as a red, blue, yellow ending type thing. And when someone looked at the code, the 3 possible endings were literally those same colors they named in the interview.
Oh my god.
The interview even claimed there were going to be 16 unique endings. And they actually got sued for that in a class action lawsuit that didn't go anywhere in the end because for some reason they were able to avoid it.
Although maybe they either won or lost because somebody sent them I think it was 150 cupcakes in 3 different colors that all tasted the same.
Yep. And then of course, disgruntled players all shooting at the catalyst because they didn't want to make any of the choices because all 3 choices are stupid. And then the extended cut DLC coming out and punishing those types of players by making it so that if you shoot at the catalyst at all, it's automatically the refusal ending. Because at that point, it was a very obvious that BioWare is manned by a bunch of fucking babies.
I think that Chuck has talked about it as well, but the combination of Mass Effect of what happened with Mass Effect 3 and Dragon Age 2, another one that I want to reconstruct one of these days, especially with that whole Hawk trilogy that Chuck pitched. But you started to see that this idea of Luddite superiority towards their own audience, but the real focus with that was even if your choices did or didn't matter, what I wanted to focus on was the life and death of choices mattering being the selling point. Because after Mass Effect 3, we started to see less and less of that narrative, and by this point, there's only a scant handful of games that use that in their marketing. Now, even Telltale didn't boast about choices mattering all that much near the end.
I think you're right. I think that was kind of the beginning of the end for that.
But
Fallout did it too after that. But even Fallout sort of spent their nickel real quick with that at the beginning of the fourth game? Where it was like, oh, all your choices boil down to a binary, and the clear out we gave you with the radioactive guy who's immune to radiation.
Kill your son or nuke Boston. I fucking love that meme.
I have roasted Fallout 4 for suffering from what I like to call the Tor effect, a term that I shamelessly stole from Lore Runner. Basically, where there's a disconnect between the option that you pick in the menu in a conversation tree and what your character actually says.
Yeah, because those games do that to me, though.
Those trees were general feelings for what you're doing, or even a short blurb, and then the entire sentence is something completely different.
Sometimes
I hate that so much.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, that's great. Where it's like, I'm going to say yes to this. Yeah, and die, you dumb asshole. I love it. The character is so much worse than you would ever portray it. I love that because it tells you something about the character.
my like I said, my favorite meme coming from Fallout 4 is nuke Boston or kill your son. My second favorite meme is another settlement needs our help.
Oh God.
Because apparently somebody looked at Otis from Dead Rising and said, "Yeah, let's do that."
No, Monk. This is just the final form. No, it's not even the final form, I should say, of the Radiant quest system from Skyrim.
I hate you. But
God damn it.
Then there was the one that got us in a little bit of trouble because apparently some people got really mad at me and by extension you, because I had the gall to say that I can't remember if it was Amaranth or Pokimane, because they blend together.
Pokimane.
Her brief thing in VTubing was inauthentic. I don't take back what I said.
No, I don't either.
I can still pull up the Reddit quotes over on the HoloLive Reddit for that.
Yeah, people got really mad at what Shades had shared that episode on the thing, and some people were neutral on it. Some people thought that we were doing nothing but gush, and some people were really mad about what we said about Pokimane. And I've gone on record. I'm sure that Pokimane face to face is a nice girl. I'm sure that Amaranth can be nice, but their performances as their particular personalities on Twitch, I do not care for. I find the whole thing fake.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, we're not talking about who they are as actual people, because we honestly don't know who they are as actual people. All we know are how they are online, and how they are online drives us up a fucking wall.
Amaranth, I can at least avoid, but with all the controversies when it came to Pokimane and her trying to start fights with people like Ninja for bizarre reasons.
Gen Z's love the drama. I'm gonna go out on that note, by the way. Farewell, everyone.
Stay frosty, man. Thanks for stopping by.
It was good to be here, Mel. Thanks for having me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for continuing to be awesome through all this time.
Yeah. But the overall
thanks, dude.
Mm-hmm. The overall point that I wanted to really go into is explore why VTubing had exploded the way that it did. And I think around this time you were just starting out doing the VTuber's Guide to VTubers.
Yeah, I was only a few episodes in by that point.
Mm-hmm. And I do remember that when somebody had, I still have that short list, but when somebody had done D&D 5e X HoloLive, and I thought maybe I should try something like that. I still have the list. Unfortunately, the script that I was writing for that got lost after some data problems. So that one I'd have to do from scratch. And truth be told, with some entries, I may even consider asking again for a new list.
Yeah, because I probably could think of a few new names to add.
And truth be told, there's I could probably easily do that with Hollow Stars.
Oh yeah, with the new Hollow Stars group, they probably would easily start filling in some of those roles.
Although I'd say the easiest one to do with that would be Magni. I would just have to stat out. And if I'm doing that, I would actually have to stat out the effects of ingesting copium.
We already know the effects of ingesting copium, Monk.
Yeah.
Bro, I ain't got enough copium to deal with this shit, man.
No, it's a real thing. Like part of his lore is that he apparently invented copium, and he has a bottle of it on his desk.
Oh snap!
His gimmick is being an alchemist. Something that
with his second worst gimmick being a communist.
I will note that if I were to stat out Vesper, I probably would have to put in some rule about backflips.
Vesper is great. Protect Daddy Vesper.
Of course I think a good amount of. Although Regis, if I'd probably put in a side just bullying him for being short because that's the rules.
I think you'd have a tough time doing that though, Monk. He's the bully. He bullies Kobo. He bullies everybody.
Well, then again, I did have way too much fun with that one bit of fan art of Maury showing how to communicate with short people.
Oh God.
Including the angry gremlin noises from Iron Mouse, who is. I doubt I will ever be on the same show with Iron Mouse, but if by some miracle I am, I take no responsibility for what's going to happen because she's not the first Puerto Rican I've had to exchange that I would ever exchange barbs with. So the odds are there would be a whole lot of sniping.
Yeah, but she's got advantage at that point, Monk, because of how short she is. Everything that's only quarter cover to us is full cover for her.
Dear grid coordinates.
Oh, I see what you're gonna do. We're not even sniping using guns.
Also, I'm gonna take this opportunity to bow, but since I know a certain topic's gonna come up later, I'm gonna leave something for you for later.
Which topic is... Hold on. Oh, God.
As Morpheus once said, fate is not without a sense of irony.
I actually posted about that earlier, too.
So, yeah. Go ahead and save that for later. Have fun with that. And with that, I bid you all, oh yes to me.
Good night, Shades.
Good night. Thanks for stopping by, and stay frosty.
Yep.
But after that, there was the divining characterization with the Fatum deck, which I when the Fatum deck had come out and now has a sequel, Fatum Dark Myths, I immediately knew I was going to use it on the show for something. And it wouldn't be the last time that I would use it, because when I went to Cowtown Comic-Con down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I believe I used it with Yuzan and some of our friends when we were just killing time in the hotel lobby.
Yes, we did. We each did a Fatum reading.
Yeah. For those who didn't see it, Fatum is essentially a tarot inspired deck built for creating D&D characters and characters from other fantasy games if need be, including creating backstories, which fortunately is one of the rare cases where we have random character creation where Zan wasn't a harem protagonist.
Yeah, but that was also the same character creation episode where we had Doku going down the rabbit hole as far as they wanted to by picking the category that then asks another category that then asks another category that then asks another category.
Yeah, that was a fuck up on my part because you're technically not supposed to do that.
I understand. It was also a fuck up because you let Doku get away with it.
Mm-hmm. But it was also and I may commission art for this guy or use him as a character in Agito Arcanum, the Great Draco.
I remember that guy.
And for whatever reason, I wanted to go with the idea of, first off, being a sorcerer, second off, being a dragonborn, and third, you cannot call him Draco.
It must be the Great Draco.
You know, it's like a pimp named Slickback.
Say the whole thing every time.
Say the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a pimp
called Quest.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. A Pimp Named Slipback.
Oh. But after that, we had that whole thing of examining the times when the manga was better than the anime. In hindsight, we should have talked about Tokyo Ghoul in that one as well.
And The Promised Neverland. Oh wait, we hadn't been exposed to its terribleness yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think we also yeah,
such a tragedy.
I think we also made the point that it's not always a comparison that should be made in that particular episode.
Yeah, it's only one that should be made when it's warranted, when an anime takes the source material and goes the wrong way with it.
Yeah.
Not everyone can pull an Excel saga and just do whatever the fuck they want.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, Koshi Rikto approved every episode except the last one.
Yes, he did.
Greatest running joke of the anime right there.
And the other main thing was I've often said that comparing, say, the novel a film is based on to the actual film itself is a self-defeating process. Because there's a lot of things you can get away with in a novel that you can't get away with in a film, chief among them being that time is not your friend. In fact, it is your worst enemy, because you have a certain amount of time allotted to you, and you don't get extras. And I see that Brian is bringing up FMA. That's a very special case. If we were comparing it with the original run, then yeah, making the comparison would be warranted. But since we have Brotherhood, that's not really necessary. Maybe I was wrong, but did I bring up? Does anybody remember if I brought up Parasite during that time?
I think you did.
So I think
which Parasite?
The Parasite, the Maxim.
Mm-hmm.
Aha. Okay.
And I do know that I brought up Blame, because this was shortly after Blame was made into a anime movie on Netflix.
And I had to keep correcting you, and it's called Blam.
Yeah.
It's spelled blame. It's pronounced blam.
Just still going to fuck around. Let's not get into Tolkien on the matter because then we'd be here all week. But I honestly think that Blam as a is one of those manga that's not that cannot work in anime.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because it's way that kind of atmosphere you can get away with when the pacing is up to the reader. In anime, you don't have that luxury. It didn't exactly help that for whatever reason the anime movie of Blam decided to make decided to go full CG for one, and two, blue dabba dee dabba die.
Dabba dee dabba die?
There was way too much blue.
Indeed.
Like, would it have been better if they did it as a black and white thing, kind of like the Uzumaki anime that we still haven't gotten yet? Probably. A lot of Tsutomu Nihei's work, I have a hard time seeing it in color. But then there was the thing that, one, we had to do in 2 parts, and 2, ended up becoming the biggest rabbit hole we've ever done.
Yeah.
The creating a track-based class system using Final Fantasy jobs as a template. Because around that time, I had reintroduced myself to the Legend system, as well as some of the interesting homebrew stuff with the game, and things just spiraled out from there. And we are still working on that project, which we have since titled FF Legend.
Yeah, that whole thing has become the game we are currently designing.
And thing is, we started that whole thing in May of last year.
I think we've made amazing progress for just the 2 of us, Monk.
Mm-hmm. And as we are right now, our main focus has been going through the class system.
Mm-hmm.
I almost lost my mind when it came to doing the yokai because I'm like, oh my god, we've got to go through that many.
18 yokai. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when your computer went down and you had to do some stuff on the other side.
Yeah. Fortunately, I didn't lose any of the data, because if I did, I would have just killed the project.
Yeah, and that would have been very sad.
Mm-hmm. But after that was one of our more interesting reconstructions with Decade, and with that one, we were a bit more extensive. With some of the reconstructions, we've just changed a few things. With Decade, we went more.
Yeah, we nearly nuked half of it.
But I will, as far as the idea of going with Decade and the End as confident as a 2-man con job. If there's anybody to blame for that, it's JT.
What I do? I don't even remember.
Exposed me to The Great Pretender.
I remember that.
But after that was one of the rare moments of us doing serious shit with our tribute to the late Miura. And if
that was a very good episode, Zan. You did a really great eulogy on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a custom eulogy and epitaph for Miura because I couldn't find any information on what sort of religious ideals he had, if any.
Mm-hmm.
So I just decided to write what I felt.
Mm-hmm. And one of the big takeaways from that for me was us discussing how of all companies, Omega Force has the title of making the best Berserk game.
Yep.
Yes.
Berserk and the Band of the Hawk, which is a Musou game, but Berserk, which is a perfect fit for Berserk.
Oh my god, it's just too good. Thank you for introducing me to that.
Yeah, it's a super good game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Omega Force gets more shit than they deserve as a game studio.
Absolutely.
But
I will say, slightly unrelated to that, the one game I want them to make a Musou spin-off of is Earthbound, because I want to beat up a bunch of angry hippies with a baseball bat.
I mean, just go to Portland, Oregon, and do that.
If you want to beat
without going to jail.
If you want to beat up a bunch of hippies, just go play Postal.
That too.
I don't think it feel quite the same though.
What you don't like weaponized pissing?
Remember that you can piss gasoline eventually.
Yeah, and then Brain Damage came along and gave us the greatest joke weapon that isn't a joke that I've ever seen, the dildo bow.
They managed to one up Saints Row. Dildo bat, eat your heart out.
Mm-hmm. Because Postal Brain Damage is the opposite of Postal 3.
What's Postal 3?
But when we did the Secret Guardians thing, the whole idea with that was to build. First off, I wanted to use the magic types from Anima, which got a laugh out of Zan. Secondly, I wanted to build around the idea of what we eventually called Secret Guardians, those shows that are built around an organization protecting people from some sort of unseen threat.
If you want a good example of Secret Guardians that are very popular on the internet, you'll look no further than the old SCP Foundation.
Mm-hmm. That takes a different approach, although somebody did turn SCP into a Kamen Rider.
Yeah.
But we had used as examples D. Greyman, Bleach, Garo, and Demon Slayer. And the result that we got was the Symposium of Life, which, when I told T.B. Phillips, who's a friend of the temple, about it, he insists that I need to turn that into a novel. If I'm being honest, I may consider doing a story about the Symposium, but I'd need to do it as a comic or a manga, not as a novel.
Mm-hmm.
When so much of the theme is around visual arts and the inspiration for them, I can't do it. Doing it in a written form would feel like it's not living up to its potential.
Yeah.
So I'd certainly consider it, and it'd be weird if I ended up crowdfunding that, given all the crowdfunds I highlight on this channel. But after that was the Ingress project, which was a little bit of a stretch, but I wanted to do that as a challenge because I had asked Shades pick an anime for me to reconstruct. Ingress, the animation, is the one he went with.
And this is one I had to bow out on because I didn't get through the animation because I just lost interest 2 episodes in.
It wasn't very good. But I could see why he picked it because it was a good concept.
Mm-hmm.
And
based off of the Niantic game Ingress.
Mm-hmm. You know, before Niantic got themselves booed off the stage in Chicago. And hey there, Ninja, thanks for the congrats.
Yep. Niantic gets himself booed off stage and then also is winning because of Pokemon Go.
While Pokemon Go is still around, it doesn't have nearly the amount of impact it could have if they had kept their heads out of their asses.
Yeah, the cultural zeitgeist was over as well now, so it's not like they could actually, have that fucking issue occur again. Have them unless something spectacular happens with Pokemon in general, which, looking at how people are reacting to Scarlet and Violet, not very likely right now.
Uh-huh.
I've made it clear that I have far more interest in the side games when it comes to Pokemon than the main line.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because
you mean like the one that didn't come out here? The whole Nobunaga's Revenge one? Or not Revenge, Ambition?
That one did came out. Pokemon Conquest did come stateside.
Which was the one that didn't come stateside?
I don't know.
I swear there's... Maybe that one was just late to coming stateside and I completely missed it.
Porkchop saying that Helsing is technically a secret protector. Only technically. In terms of the actual story, not so much.
I don't know how you keep that one a secret.
Well, they didn't even try. They didn't even try to.
I know.
And it's not a story that it was trying to tell. But then after that, we have the Castlevania episode.
That was a good one.
It was a good one.
I was part of that one.
I think that may have been your debut, but it was one where we were. No,
I was around for the Space Western episode.
But I do recall that I had done my particular rant on the shit that the first Lords of Shadow got. I know some people don't like it for legitimate reasons, but what annoyed me then and still annoys me is the fact that people were holding it up to a standard that it had no interest in following. Wanting it to be a Metroidvania when the guys behind it made it very clear, we don't want to do that. And of course the other thing was around that I recall that around that time the mobile game had shut down.
I believe so, yeah.
So I figured a good time as any to ride the wave. But after that was the first special that we did, because the formerly known as Shintai Reviews, Daniel Santos is a longtime friend of mine, but he can't really do Sunday nights. And the idea of exploring how to adapt the Tales series into a TTRPG was something I wanted to explore with him. But in the process, I did realize something. I think there is a very good reason why of all the popular console RPG lines, the one that has gotten the most tabletop RPG representation is Final Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the reason why is because its mythos has the most structure between games.
Insofar as the same identifiers of this is Final Fantasy, yes. As we've explored in a later episode that'll be down on this, I believe, as a GeekWatch special. Yeah. Final Fantasy is the hallmarks of Final Fantasy are interesting.
And as much as I like Tales, the outline that I ended up coming up with just felt like a poor man's Anima. Like a very simplified version of Anima Beyond Fantasy. Especially since there's not a whole lot of consistent structure that I could build around. I know some people might say, what about the classes in Tales from the World? All of those classes are XPs of Tales characters. There are certain motifs that are in throughout the series, but it's not consistent enough. At least not enough to the point of making a Tales game instead of making a game that's Tales adjacent but doing my own thing.
Yeah.
Of course, after that was another case of bullying with us talking about M. Night Shyamalan.
And we talked about how his twist endings are eventually what undid him.
Mm-hmm.
He became pigeonholed into that guy who does the twists. And in order to meet those expectations, well, he basically ruined his own reputation.
Although, even without the twist, he still would have ruined his own reputation with Lady in the Water.
I think he could have done that better if he wasn't already overstressed by other stuff. And I think I discussed that in that episode anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, at this point, I'm gonna bow out. I need to get some sleep.
All right, man. Stay frosty.
Yeah,
Peace out.
Mm-hmm. But
and then there were 3.
Mm-hmm. When it came to Captain Marvel, when we did the reconstruction on that, I think that was the most extensive reconstruction we've done because of the fact that with the original film, there's no arc. There's no character to build around.
Yep. So we had to build it from the ground up in a different way almost.
Mm-hmm. We kept in a few bits of DNA, but I think the one thing that Doku tried to fight me on was where to place it in continuity. Because he insisted that it should be in the same spot it was, in between Infinity War and Endgame. I had argued moving it after Endgame and using it as the building block for a Phase 4.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, we may end up exploring that Phase 4 because the Phase 4 that we got is such a disappointment.
Yeah, our Phase 4 was pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. After that, we did cover live action anime and how so many of them end up being meh or worse. And the Death Note movies was the benchmark. Because I know, Brian, I know that as far as her never being popular in the comics, I have to call that into question, especially given the run in the 2000s. Like now, if we're talking about Marvel, no, he's never had much in the way of popularity. But in terms of Carol Danvers, she's had plenty of good runs in the past. Everything went to shit when she was upgraded to Captain Marvel, but I've already covered that.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the whole live action anime, I think the big reason that so many, and I think I even said this, the big reason so many are dead on arrival, using the wrong anime.
Yeah.
Like, let's look at say Attack on Titan. You're gonna need to CG that up, and the type of CG you'd need is going to be ridiculously expensive or going to look ridiculously fake. As in you're doing whole hosts of the movie behind green screens. Around the time we discussed it, it had either come out or was about to come out. There was the whole thing with the live action Bleach, and when you look at the hollow designs in Bleach, you've got the same problem. Even just Fishbone, the first hollow in the series, you're gonna have to do a whole lot of CG with that. But then there was the whole thing of growing with or against your audience. The sole reason I end up pitching that was the aftermath of Masters of the Universe Revelation. And how, well, let's be honest, Kevin Smith lied, and I'd say has tanked his career as a result of it.
I mean, was anyone surprised by that?
I think
Kevin Smith has been pretty. He's been very vocal about some very controversial positions, obviously. and in a way that is condescending and frankly holier than thou.
I don't think he ever apologized to Clownfish either.
Nope.
Yep. And Brian's saying, didn't Guyver have a live-action adaptation? Yeah, it had 2. The second one is better.
One. It had one. There's only one, Monk. The one starring David Hayter.
Mm-hmm. Which is really weird, but...
You want Solid Snake as your Guyver? Go watch it.
Mm-hmm. But But I wanted to contrast that with the reception that Cobra Kai has had, because in both cases you have beloved 80s properties getting some sort of follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the irony is He-Man already had its follow-up with that series in the 2000s, which is better. Then there was that whole Loxy to the 5 Rings, and that was just a dumb idea I wanted to explore.
That was fun. A little difficult to develop each clan as a Loxy for Gaim.
Mm-hmm. But then there was the second special, which was a one-on-one reconstruction I did with Daniel, reconstructing Star Ocean till the end of time. As tempting as it would be to drop the whole we're in a simulation, the world is a simulation thing, we decided to keep it, but we changed the implications, i.e. you have a whole lot of 4D beings arguing about what should be done now that the people within the Eternal Sphere are getting aware.
Mm-hmm.
The thing after that was the class warfare about adapting Jade Empire styles into Lone Wolf Fists.
And Brother Joel, who unfortunately had to leave before we got to this point, was the one who came with us on that, because Lone Wolf Fists is his game.
Mm-hmm. And truth be told, in hindsight, that one had some issues, because the power scaling for Jade Empire and the power scaling for Lone Wolf Fists are on 2 different levels.
Yeah.
Lone Wolf Fist leans far more into a... I'd say it's at the borderline between Wuxia and Tianxia comparatively.
Yes, it is at the borderline of Wuxia and Tianxia, very, very clearly.
Mm-hmm. And Jade Empire's power scaling is straight Wuxia.
Nearly. It's got 1 or 2 Tianxia powers for sure.
Yeah. Whereas Lone Wolf Fist leans it's the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
There's more Tianxia powers than not.
More Tianxia than there are Wuxia, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. But after that was the postmortem on the Neo Saban era of Power Rangers,
which I had to bow out of because I hadn't seen any of Neo Saban.
And I honestly think that era is going to go down as a failure. And it's,
from what you guys told me, yeah.
And it's especially going to go down for me as a lesson in what happens when you try and chase nostalgia. But in fact, the one thing that saved it was Hyperforce and Boom Studios' comics.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, we had the follow-up when it came to reconstructing the Legend of Korra, which JT in council, I'm going to share the follow-up image that I had commissioned of
Korra at the end of her journey.
At her journey when she is Avatar Korra.
Yep.
Okay. Nice.
The idea I pitched was her taking outfit elements from all 4 nations as well as the White Lotus, since the White Lotus helped raise her.
Huh.
And
yep.
I do remember somebody asking, why does she have a sword? Because one, it's important to remember that this version of Korra is far more bookish. Not a complete bookworm, but someone who's more practical about how they approach things.
And they also study everything they think is useful. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't our version of Korra learn to use the sword as well as all her bending powers and even normal martial arts?
But that one was a fun one, though. I try and keep the idea of doing multiple seasons to a minimum because of how hands-on we have to be.
Yeah, well, that one was easy because I think in both cases it was, we eventually boiled down to a duo at the end, as we tend to.
Yeah.
And we did really, really well with it.
Mm-hmm. But truth be, and I think I even said it. If it weren't for the fact that we had to use each of the villains from those seasons, we wouldn't have.
Yeah, I think we probably would have just used our own villain. I think we would have made our own villain.
Either made our own villain, utilize Kuvira much more than just the final season.
Yeah, I think if we had to use at least one of any villains, I think we had narrowed it down to either making Amon much more, taking Amon out of season 1 and continuing him all the way through all 4 books, or using Kuvira.
Mm-hmm. After that was the idea of was that special about constructing Swordtember 2021. I have thought about doing it for 2022. It's just a matter of scheduling.
Yeah,
because
I know.
I want to try and get Starlight in on that.
I'll ping her and I'll ping Coops and see if she's feeling any better and willing to do that.
Mm-hmm. And Brian says, "Why not Revolver Fu?" Because firearms weren't that well established in the setting by that point.
Mm-hmm.
You think that somebody would figure it out, but again, play with what you're dealt. Plus, even if actually, the more that I think about it, somebody using a revolver that has metal bending would be a terrifying thought because they would never need additional ammo.
I know the reason why guns didn't even pop up in that respect much. Most benders can melt those projectiles out of midair if they're fire benders, or redirect them, or anything else of the nature.
Mm-hmm. But after that was going over adapting Tokusatsu to tabletop, because that's been something that people have brought up a while, and it is not as simple as some people seem to think, and I still see people making some very amateur mistakes about it.
You know, it's ironic that this comes up in our well, not ironic, coincidental that this comes up in our centennial with some of the conversations we've seen going on in the server.
Mm-hmm. And I do maintain one of the things I said, even if I was arguably harsh. Throwing around, stop fiddling about regarding what is the ideal die system. You are missing the forest for the trees. You need to pick a certain direction and follow it. Otherwise, all you're going to have is ideas, and you're going to be perpetually developing. And we already have Chris Roberts for that.
Yep. And as I said on some episodes, and even in that conversation, your design needs a central ideal for everything to grow out of. It's the trunk of your tree.
Yep.
If you don't have a central ideal, you either won't create something, because you'll never really have that cohesion and solidarity, or what you create will be hollow and empty.
Mm-hmm. But after that was the first in what I called the Exodus trilogy. specifically going through how we were seeing a lot of lapsed WWE fans moving to AEW, and combined with and the reason why I call it the Exodus trilogy is that there were a couple other instances of that happening, which we had also covered.
Doku, what the fuck?
I have returned.
It's a paradox. Today is a day in which Doku was both early on and on time and thus straight, and then once again late and gay.
Bring me your puny mortal ideal of time, and I shall rip it apart and feed it to you like a newborn babe.
I'm not mortal, but thanks.
Yep. But I think one of the things we agreed on was the easiest tokusatsu to adapt into tabletop are not Kamen Rider or Super Sentai, but Garo and Ultraman.
Yes.
Because of the fact that they tend to stick into a certain umbrella and stay there. Garo stays firmly in horror fantasy.
And that's why their enemies are even called horrors.
Mm-hmm. And Ultraman never brings magic into the equation.
It's all, well, I mean, unless you count the power of light itself being magic, but...
That's a case of Clark's Law.
Yeah, I know. The color timer.
The only true magic is the power of love and friendship.
I will stab you, Doku.
And this 40mm grenade launcher.
No, the grenade launcher is just a way of life.
We love grenade launchers.
But after that was the idea of creating a hypothetical persona, which I actually got somebody to do an Igor impression for us for that.
And I remember that this idea of persona was casting off Fate instead. Yes, I remember pitching that.
That was the pitch because from 3 onward there is a certain theme that each of the Persona games could build around that could be summed up in one word. In 3, it was fate. In 4, it was truth. In 5, it would be freedom.
Mm-hmm. And this 6th one was essentially transcendence.
Mm-hmm.
Becoming more than human of a sorts.
Yeah. And
which is why our dungeon went up instead of down.
Oh, with the recasting of Persona 6, that was a good episode right there.
And it was also a good opportunity to bring in some elements that haven't been used in Persona in a while. That being Nyarlathotep.
Yep, Nyarlathotep.
Yep. Oh yeah, bringing that full circle.
Because because we went with the idea of Nyarlathotep and Philemon having a standing bet in regard to humanity.
Yep. And this was all about either your choices were take one side, take the other, or transcend and break both.
So that's where VTubers came from. Mystery solved.
Which, to be fair, the best ending being the one where you don't take either side is a very Megami Tensei thing.
Yes, we were taking it all the way back to the roots of the thing.
Mm-hmm. But after that was a revisit that ended up morphing into a reconstruction regarding Metroid Other M.
Other M is terrible. Even if I have a bone to pick with Dread is better.
The one good thing that came out of that, and if I could, I would make it into a gag comic. Samus's boot camp years.
Yeah, I remember when we made those jokes. They were great.
And yes, some of them were lifted from Starship Troopers, but if it fits, it fits.
How many knives does Samus carry?
There wasn't that issue, and
she was because of her Chozo-ness, she was outperforming everyone in boot camp, and also because of her outperformance and making the others look bad, she got sent to kitchen patrol a lot.
Which is the worst place to get sent.
Well, you're not wrong. Did you at least keep the shower scene?
We didn't even discuss the shower scene, I don't think.
Oh, travesty.
But
because that was the one thing everyone was so mad about that movie for.
I will admit that I do envision even in a younger state with for whatever reason I've always envisioned Samus as being very tall.
Yeah, the Chozo DNA restructured her to being like 6'1".
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, I know some iterations of the franchise do go under personality, but in my mind, she always did kind of seem like a Dizzy character.
A what?
A
Dizzy?
what?
Dizzy. Remember?
As in Dizzy from Guilty Gear?
From the movie Starship Troopers.
Oh.
Okay. Oh.
I know
she always did kind of have that sort of feel, at least with the earlier iterations.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, because with the earlier iterations, she didn't really even have a personality.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I assign a personality onto her, which I claim is Dizzy.
Well, the thing is,
that's a little different.
With a lot of those characters, they're meant to be blank slates, so take of that what you will. But after that, we decided to try and build a fighting game roster, and with the whole Castlevania Mugen too, because Castlevania Mugen is a fascinating beast.
I remember that you guys didn't want me to bring up Castlevania Judgment a whole bunch in that episode.
Well, Judgment is a whole other matter entirely. And
I know.
Truth be told, if we were to do this with the rule set with Judgment, first thing we'd have to do is kill off the motion controls.
Yep.
But I think the biggest problem that we had was how to make each of the Belmonts unique, and just how to make the whip wielders unique in general.
Yeah, we had to change them around a little bit.
Because even though they all have differences in appearance, when you're still doing the whole thing of the whip and sub weapons, it's hard to make distinct characters out of that, especially with a fighting game.
Yep.
Then there was constructing UA Great Lakes, which gave us Ancient Chinese Secret.
Ancient Chinese Secret. And UA Great Lakes was an expansion of us creating our own Class A from episodes and episodes ago.
And then I contacted an artist to commission art for it, and I will, instead of showing you guys all 10, I will only show you guys in the council the art that we did for the two main quote-unquote characters, because apparently we seem to have a habit of instead of focusing on one main character for stories, having two protagonists instead of the protagonist and rival.
Well, I mean, they are both rivals, but they're deuteragonists. This is true. I think that's probably because of the fact that you and I are pulling from each other, Monk.
Probably. But you have Finn Heiko, aka Foxfire, whose quirk is basically him being having the same powers as a kitsune. And below that is Kyle Bridger, aka Jet Falcon, who's not too far removed from Forge.
Yep, he's got a bit of technomancy,
though with a catch. He has to understand what he's fucking with in order to do it.
Yeah, I mean, all quirks have their own limitations, Monk, and his limitation is he has to know how it works to be able to assemble it. But once he knows how it works, assembling it's a snap.
Yeah. And truth be told, Kyle is the one I could see redoing a bunch of times to reflect the fact that he would make a bunch of different types of armors.
Whereas Finn would probably just get variations on the same ninja armor that might be different colors, or maybe a little more ornate as he becomes more central to his clan.
Because let's not forget, he is half Japanese and half Scottish.
So when we say clan, we mean yes. Do you mean his Japanese clan or his Scottish clan? Yes.
Which leads to some interesting chaos during family reunions, because you have a bunch of very Scottish Scots who are,
yep.
It's basically like the Scotsman and Samurai Jack.
and yet Finn continually tells everybody that his tricks are ancient Chinese secrets. To which at one point we had, Kyle scream out, "You're not even Chinese!" as one of our jokes.
Yeah. In fact, the sole reason the two of them end up becoming friends is because Finn is intended to be the biggest prankster bastard in the whole class. Because, well, he's a fox.
And nobody knows why, other than the fact that he's a fox.
Yeah. There is a reason for his pranks. It's an elaborate form of training, because the prankster thing runs in the family.
Except whereas he's very easy on his classmates, his family, while it doesn't go to the point of injury because it is just a training exercise, they're much more extravagant and embarrassing. But there's a reason he's the heir.
Mm-hmm. But I think we agreed that the method in which they met is that Finn managed to one-up him by essentially getting them both caught. He set up a plan to get them both caught so that they could be in detention for one sole reason, so he could get his hands on Finn with nobody getting in the way.
Yep. And then Finn still managed to get one over on him in detention.
Yeah. He still managed to get one over, but it's impressive that they would go that far and take the approach of the equivalent of grabbing your enemy, pulling a pin on a grenade, and saying, "Let's see who has more hit points."
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember that after that we had the special ranking 4th edition classes, which was the first and only time we had Pedals on, because he's a bit of a 4th edition grog.
Yep.
Apparently, some people thought I rated certain classes too high and certain classes too low. They especially said that I was way too nice to the Barbarian. But I put the Barbarian at the top because of the sheer amount of stuff you can do with him.
Okay, guys, I gotta go. I got some stuff I need to do before bed.
All right.
All right.
Stay frosty, man, and thanks for coming on.
You are welcome. Congratulations on 100.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! All right. Peace out.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back down to 3.
Yep. But that was a fun one, and well, then I would do it again with Pathfinder classes to a point with Monarch on his podcast. And I will admit, one of the inspirations was watching Asmongold rank the classes and specializations in WoW.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, then we had the next entry in the Exodus trilogy, migrating from Azeroth to Hydaline, where I got a chance to roast everybody's favorite classes, and well, I had to since spoiler was there, I had to make the joke about tanking the floor.
Of course.
But one person who wanted to come in but couldn't at the time was Mace, so I did a special with just him and I, because he's in Australia. So
yeah.
Time zone issues. And I did kind of feel bad that he was the one guy who got left out of the equation, because he has his own perspectives that I wanted to explore as somebody who stayed on through the early days all the way through Cataclysm. But then there was the one and only time we've done a Tokusatsu not a Tokusatsu reconstruction, but a Power Rangers reconstruction with Operation Overdrive.
I think we did a really good job there too.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that I'm really proud of with how that turned out was rehabilitating Samuel Benta's character.
Mm-hmm.
And in hindsight, I think it's interesting that we built a lot of the cast around being a ranger is a second chance for them.
Yeah.
Because almost everybody had some sort of baggage that they were trying to get out of.
Very much so.
And well, with Benta, he was a thief who was trying to come clean, trying to go legit.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, after that we had the thing about exploring the seriousness fallacy when it comes to Tokusatsu, which a lot of that was just exploring how some people have this romanticized idea about darker storytelling being better, which is a problem not limited to Tokusatsu.
Yeah,
it's a problem that keeps cropping up. But I do recall that after that we had the first of what I would call monastic therapy.
Yep. And I think you had that one with Doku.
Mm-hmm. Because he decided to suffer through High Guardian Spice, so I figured I'd give him a spot to get it out of his system, so he wouldn't end up derailing it after the fact. And I do have to credit some of the discussions during that would inspire other ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go get a beer when I heard you mention High Guardian Spice.
You were gonna grab a beer anyways.
Yeah, don't bullshit us.
This is a special occasion. I'm not gonna bullshit. I actually grabbed two because I'm gonna be chugging the first because it was that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Monk, if I remember I was just looking through the list again. If I remember correctly, the Exodus regarding Azeroth to Hydaelyn was the last one we did, but I'm not seeing the the Games Workshop to BattleTech one.
I'm not either, which is weird.
Where's number 54? It goes from 53 to 55. Where's number 54?
Yeah, I think I'll have to add that in later. I think it sometimes the auto playlist thing doesn't quite work.
Yeah. So, side note, everybody, GeekWatch 54 was from Space Marines to Mech Warriors, where we explored the Exodus from Games Workshop over to the BattleTech. Not just the tabletop itself, but like the entire culture. We covered Games Workshop's numerous failures to their customer base and how they eventually came to the point where they said, well, if you are these things, you're not for us, which is an ultimatum, and you never want to try and do that to your fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, we also covered the absolutely ridiculously fucked legal document that was that NDA.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, that was fucked.
Wait, hold on. Zan, are you telling me that as a company that relies upon people to give up their hard-earned money to consume your product in order to stay afloat, that calling your consumer base something that, if you don't like them from an ideological perspective, has no purpose in your fandom and shouldn't consume your product, is a bad business model?
Of course. Absolutely terrible business model. And
Good lord, you should go tell that to Disney and Netflix.
We've said that about Disney and Netflix.
Disney and Netflix will have not answered my calls in years. And truth be told, if I were ever to work for Disney, it would be the shortest employment of my career.
Yep. But I just wanted to briefly cover 54 since apparently we'd skipped it because it wasn't in the playlist.
Yep. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Again, technology likes to give us the middle finger and all that.
But
so back to your monastic therapy.
I'm kind of surprised I missed that one and kind of upset about it because I have a bone to pick with Games Workshop and not just because of their
get to the back of
ideological direction.
Get to the back of the line. Because we didn't even focus on the ideological direction all that much. We focused more on their fuck-ups because a policy that I've had is that I tend to not focus on the ideological end because somebody could easily argue themselves out of that if I bring it up. But it is much harder to argue out of that when talking about objective faults in a product.
Oh, I mean, I guess we could always get on the topic, and no, I don't want to get on this topic, but you know, the not Space Marines, but also they're Space Marines, but they were before the Space Marines, but they were created by someone who is more powerful than the Emperor, but also not more powerful than the Emperor, because fuck the lore.
Let's not and say we didn't.
I would prefer that.
Moving on, then there was the Mortal Injustice of Errors, with us roasting Netherrealm, and some of the really stupid decisions that they made after, actually not even after, during MK9. MK9 onward, and both of the Injustice games.
Yep.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love Mortal Kombat to death, although I do think that some people have a lot of people have overlooked the PS2 era. Because there was some really good stuff that came out of that. In fact, I'd say the weakest of the 3 PS2 games was Armageddon. But around that time, Midway was not exactly doing well, so it's hard to find fault. That was one where we ended up getting the loudest because of some of the baffling decisions, and one of the big ones was the whole recasting everybody between games so much. Like it's rare between the MK games that the same voice cast would come back.
Yeah.
But I really wanted to hammer into MK11 for some of the decisions it made. But after that was Undertale and the Curse of Fandom. And I think that's where I started to develop the idea of fans, not fandom.
Well, we started putting words to an ideal we'd always held.
And after that was reconstructing Sword Art Online, specifically the Aincrad arc. And I remember that the first thing we did is the Aincrad arc is going 24 episodes. We are not scrunching 2 arcs in one season.
Oh, and my argument was always blow it up and make something better, which is why I didn't attend that fucking GeekWatch.
Well, we did blow a whole lot of it up, and Shades had pitched the idea of Kirito having a bit of an Atlas complex,
of holding the whole world on his shoulders.
Or you could just throw it in the trash, like the trash can on fire, and then toss it into the abyss and call it a day.
I could do that with a lot of things that are considered missed opportunities on this channel, but I like a challenge too much.
The problem I have is that no matter what we say, Reki Kawahara will never improve. He's too much of an egotistical shit. That Reki Kawahara's problems are threefold. 1, he doesn't know how to write pacing very well. 2, he cannot design a game to save his life, and you need to at least understand a little bit about game design if you're going to make a series about being sucked into a game and playing it.
And you're not wrong. I can't really.
And then the aforementioned egotism for 3.
I will note that he seems to think that what he's doing is unique. There's a whole genre in novels.
Yeah,
that are doing what he's doing. It's called Lit RPG.
Lit RPG is that's correct. There's also a bunch of Japanese and Korean light novels that are all about VR MMOs and being the best in that VR MMO.
Hell, if you want to see an example of somebody doing this better, go read the manga The New Gate, or look at a TTRPG that's been translated called Filled with Online that I would have done for a Valley of the Judged, but it's too big.
Or if you want to explore this in novel form more easily, you can look at the actually extremely famous within the niche Korean Mirim comic Overgeared. Do you know God Grid? Because I sure fucking do.
Would you also count solo leveling in that as well?
No. Solo leveling is real life. That leveling up stuff, it only happens because that's what the system that's making humans magical is doing to him. Overgeared is specifically a full dive VR MMO, and the main character gets a lucky break and then actually starts being a better person because he got a lucky break and actually improves his life and improves the lives of the people around him. There's a lot to it. Solo leveling, while a good Korean Mirim story, is definitely more... what is the that type of fantasy? I guess you could say urban fantasy.
Yeah, that's the closest I can go with. Even though the power scaling can get a little ridiculous.
I mean, he literally kills every fucking monarch by using the fucking Holy Grail to reverse time, and don't say spoilers, everybody. The web novel ending has been known for years. Embargo's over. But he uses the fucking Holy Grail, or the equivalent thereof, to reverse time so that the gates and magic never come to Earth. Just use his Shadow Monarch powers to beat all the other monarchs and save Earth and save everybody who died.
Yeah. But after that was another special that was a duet with myself and Matty J, going through the history of Ring of Honor because of the events that were going on at the time, where they had done this whole thing of shuttering, not outright closing, but in this weird limbo before Tony Khan bought it back up. That was I'd say the early years were certainly interesting. As far as where things fell off, it's really hard to say.
Yeah.
But after that was the Tale of Two Auteurs, because again, I love contrast, comparing Sam Lake's work and David Cage's work.
And the conclusion we ultimately came up with is Sam Lake doesn't take himself seriously and has fun with what he does. David Cage takes himself way too seriously.
I think one of the big caveats with we mentioned the runs that both of them have had, but there were two that were the climax of their particular styles of storytelling. And I will note, I know some people bring up Quantum Break with him. Sam Lake was not involved with Quantum Break. It showed.
Yeah.
But the two that we compared the most were Detroit Become Human and Control.
And once again, because this song has been stuck in my head for like the past week, Take Control, everybody, by the Old Gods of Asgard, also known as Poets of the Fall in our universe. Even if Control has its faults, the Ashtray Maze is a fucking masterpiece set piece.
I agree with Racevic in the sense that Control feels honest.
Yes, absolutely.
And and you contrast that with Detroit Become Human, where one of the big takeaways we had is how David Cage kept fighting his actors. They would constantly. Obviously, one of them was on one side. You have Clancy Brown. I'm trying to remember on the other side and how
Brian I want to say Deshar, but the guy who I like dogs. His favorite line in the goddamn game.
Ninja, as far as the whole thing of them changing the protagonist to Japanese, that was fake news.
I actually looked at the opening. I looked at the trailers in both Japanese and English, and even the Korean trailer. It's Sung Jinwoo everywhere but Japan. They're likely changing it for Japan because it was changed for Japan in the novels that were released there before they reached Japan. And that's likely due to the fact that the original novel has some insane anti-Japanese rhetoric, because, the Koreans and the Japanese hate each other on a cultural level. But in the English version and in the Korean version, it is still Sung Jinwoo.
Let them fight.
But that's beside the point. Yes, Brian Deschart, I'm not sure. And Clancy Brown, yes.
And I do recall on, because even though I'm not a fan of the game, it was very interesting watching Deschart live stream playing the game because of some of the stories that he would give, and the fact that when he was asked his favorite line, he had said, "I like dogs," and Cage got really pissed.
Yep, because Cage is an asshole.
Well, in a lot of the live streams he did, he talked about how Cage would get annoyed with him and Brown because they would constantly ad lib elements. He had a lot of fun working with Clancy, but a lot of the ad libbing Cage was not happy with. And I can to a point I can understand being a bit annoyed when somebody goes off script. But what I think was very telling was that it showed Cage had a unhealthy love for his original scripts.
Yeah. But the big thing is that the most loved characters were Connor and Hank because of all the ad libs.
And when you look at a lot of the other characters in David Cage's work, there haven't been ones that have reached that level, probably because they haven't escaped the Cage. But
that was terrible, and you should feel bad.
I do.
Good.
But it is still appropriate. They're stuck with it. They're stuck within his idea of writing instead of letting the character come alive. I also find it funny that he claimed that he wasn't trying to do a racial allegory with
that is such a stupid lie, because Detroit Become Human is such a heavy-handed way of trying to mirror the civil rights movement of the 1960s. It's so fucking stupid that he would deny that it's absolutely just the civil rights movement, except instead of, people with different skin colors, it's people and androids.
Of course, he kind of undermines it by how people end up going, end up going with the red eyes. I want to call it going rampant, but that's not what's going. It's deviant.
Yes.
But it's basically rampant.
Yeah, deviancy that causes them to break out of their programming.
And after that was us doing a kind of retrospective look at Crunchyroll, and counting up their many sins.
Yes, that was Shade's reference from Double.
Yeah, I was perfectly fine with it, but I said, if we're gonna do this, we have to use Skull.
Sa omae o tsumi o kazuero.
Who, if I go to another convention in 2023, I may try and cosplay as him. Not as Kamen Rider Skull. I don't have the prop making skills for that. but as the boss.
Yeah.
But after that was the and I didn't put this as a reconstruction because but us trying to explore Final Fantasy 12 if Balthier was made the protagonist from the get-go,
like he was supposed to be. And the whole backstory behind that, just to narrow it down, Vaughn and Penelo weren't even supposed to exist. The main character was supposed to be Balthier, but the Square Enix execs said that they didn't think a person in their early 20s would be an identifiable protagonist for the demographic they were aiming at, which was teenagers. And so said make some characters that would be identifiable with teenagers, which was stupid on their part. And also, this is not ever a confirmed thing. It is just a rumor, but I'd believe it. At least for that time in Square. Square was very, very stupidly interfering with a lot of their projects.
And the weird thing is, if there's anybody who was the fan favorite, it was Balthier and Fran.
Yep, and that's why Balthier was always talking about how he was the real main character and he was the lead on stage and stuff.
And yeah, some of the way he was carried over was, I'm not sure if this was outright stated by anybody, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in the writer's room was a fan of Jack Sparrow.
Wouldn't surprise me either.
Of course, then was one of my favorites with Speak Up regarding silent protagonists and how some silent protagonists really should not be. I think the two that we really hammered home about was Artyom from the Metro series,
and
why is his name not coming to me from Dishonored?
Corvo.
Corvo
Atano.
And to a certain extent, Link in the more recent Legend of Zelda games.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
The big reason for it was a lot of those characters have way too much backstory to be a blank slate. And with some of them, they're supposed to have a relationship. They're supposed to be in some sort of relationship, and it's really hard to do that when you're only hearing one side of their conversations.
Yep. Which is why I really liked what they did with Link in Breath of the Wild. At least you got a lot of dialogue options there.
I would actually say Joker in Persona 5 is another case where it's really teetering on the line of the silent protagonist thing, and especially with Joker, he once again he has way too much backstory to be just a blank slate.
Yeah.
Would I put Yu Narukami from Persona 4 in that category as well?
Nah,
not really.
Because unlike Narukami, Joker there's something that happens prior to you getting there that connects you to the things that are happening there. And the person that you're living with is doing a favor for someone else. There's a bunch of invisible lines connecting together from prior to the story that lead you to that starting point. So there is a lot of background. Whereas with he's just going to a school for 1 year that's in the countryside with his uncle, and that's really it.
And of course with 3, he was designed from the get-go to be ambiguous.
Well, that's also so that he could die. It's so he could be Jesus. But remember that my favorite comic concerning Persona 3 is the one that portrays Minato as a complete douchebag, and he gets a card. The Arcana he gets to defeat Nyx is a card that points him out as a complete douchebag, and he beats Nyx by throwing that card in her eye. That is my favorite fucking comic that anyone made based off of all the terrible choices you can make during the social links.
Yeah. But I do remember that after that was us trying to reconstruct the Power Rangers RPG. And us getting really loud about the fact that the whole thing of making, they call it roles, but it's essentially classes. Making the Ranger colors as classes was a pants-on-head stupid move.
Essence 20 has its own issues. Monk has been through that, and we went through that on that reconstruction. Essence 20 is not a well-designed system. Compound that with designing a themed Essence 20 game around Power Rangers where you do literally everything wrong, and it's a fucking disaster piece.
And as far as whether or not we would reconstruct the other two Essence 20 games, no.
Nah.
It's not worth it. They don't piss me off as much. They're just meh.
At that point, it'd just be, correcting what's wrong with Essence 20, because otherwise the shell is okay.
And I already kind of addressed that with the concept of Essence Trinity.
Yeah.
But then there was Miles Morales: A Crisis of Character, which that was the first and only time we brought in Hero Geek because of the shitstorm he stirred up when he was heavily apparently you cannot be heavily critical of Miles Morales, otherwise you're a racist.
Really?
And some people tried to claim that that he should have, instead of calling him Spider-Man, he should have gone with Night Spider, and some folks tried to claim that he was doing that because racist.
I mean, Miles Morales gets poisoned by taking the Spider-Man name,
and
it undercuts his potential. That's the argument we made.
It undercuts his potential, and it's not a, and it is, and you still have a lot of people. Whenever I've talked about it, a lot of people will bring up Terry McGinnis, i.e., Batman Beyond. But here's the reason that falls on its face. Terry McGinnis is in a completely different Gotham, with a completely different rogues gallery, enemies and allies, and personality. Miles Morales is in the same Manhattan that Peter Parker is in.
The same New York City. Yep.
The same New York City. And the same rogues gallery as Peter Parker.
You've basically undercut him because everybody's just going to be comparing him to the Peter Parker run.
That's also what. Let's not forget that the whole idea of doing another Spider-Man has been done before, with Ben Reilly.
Yep.
And well, first off, Ben Reilly had the curse of being involved with the Clone Saga, but also Ben didn't stick around all that long.
He was also in a different place with a different rogues gallery.
Yeah. And the approach that we had suggested instead is one, having him being bit by a different type of spider that gave him different types of abilities, so you don't have to finagle how he somehow has some sort of electrical powers. Which is a case of wanting to. And first off, if you want to have a spider with electrical powers, you already have that. It's Spider-Woman.
And then didn't we move him to Boston, like going to college there or something?
I think we moved him. I can't remember if we moved him to Boston or Queens, but the point is, get him out of Manhattan. And if you can't get him out of New York, then have him stuck in one of the other boroughs. I think I had pitched the idea of him being in Harlem and being mentored under the Heroes for Hire.
Yeah, and I think it was me who was like, we should get him further away from New York because he'll still be compared to Peter. And I think I was the one who mentioned Boston.
Yeah, I think Geek had mentioned Chicago, but Chicago is way too far.
Yeah, you still want to keep them in that New England area.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a good discussion though.
Yeah. Although I've had my disagreements in the time since with Hero Geek, especially his stance towards anime.
We had that disagreement with Hero Geek before that episode, Monk.
Yeah, I wanted to at least be civil on the matter.
Especially when he asked you to write up 2 character concepts for him, I think it was.
That was long before that.
Yeah, and, like I said, we'd had issues with him about anime way before.
And with that kind of thing, all that had happened was that I said that when it came to, because he did offer me the position of writing for those characters. I turned it down because I wasn't that confident I could pull off comic book writing.
Mm-hmm.
I did say that I'd like to have at least some input when it comes to if you ever have an artist design the characters. And then there was that whole thing of no anime, and I was like, and I didn't raise the issue about, but I was a little bit annoyed, if not offended, that the assumption was even considered.
Yeah, especially since one of the characters was supposed to be a ninja, and the ninja craze, and it was inspired by you think it was probably inspired by the ninja craze of the 80s, which was inspired by what?
Yeah. It's more the assumption that I would lean into anime that annoyed me.
Yeah.
And I do remember ranting with you about it because I was pissed. The one thing that is very easy to get me annoyed is when I feel like I'm being disrespected.
Yeah, when somebody makes an assumption that they honestly shouldn't have made.
Mm-hmm.
And asks you to do things in a certain way because of that assumption is very, very stupid and annoying.
Yep. But after that was Adventurers Academy, which would become Agito Arcanum. And Doku, have I shown you the uniform for Agito Arcanum?
Good shit.
While I get that, because I have to use a mirrored because the image that I got from Bundle of Strings, the artist who helped me, is a bit big.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give Doku the skinny on what the Adventurers Academy idea was?
So we created the Adventurers Academy based on the fact that there are all these Adventurers Guild and a lot of different stories, and it was an idea that this academy was there to teach adventurers the basics on how to adventure, because they don't want inept adventurers ruining the image of what it is to be an adventurer, and B, hurting people by being inept. You know, you send an adventurer to stop the werewolf and he can't, and he dies, well, then that entire village probably just died before you can send another adventurer.
Mm-hmm.
So Agito Arcanum is this giant castle city slash giant university castle that has 4 houses for the 4 primary fantasy groupings of classes. Combat classes, arcane classes, divine classes, and skill-based classes.
Mm-hmm.
Respectively, that's House Titan for our combat classes, House Odin for our arcane classes, House Nua for our divine classes, and House Hermes for our skill-based classes.
Yep.
And essentially, all of them have their quirks. All of them have their particular peccadillos. And that's a good word, everybody. You should look up what a peccadillo is. It's really fun.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, like, a lot of House Titan is gym bros and guys who focus on physical fitness and, oh, we'll totally do yoga, bro. You'll love these stretches, bro. And come on, just one more set. You've got this.
Mm-hmm.
You've got your gym bros there. They're all over, and they're always interested in constantly improving that physique and improving their skills and improving and clashing against each other.
Yeah.
House Odin is going to be those people who are always looking for the new frontier, no matter what that frontier is.
Mm-hmm.
They're very, very research minded, and they're constantly trying to push out new ideas of what magic is. essentially.
This is also why you can have the gag of a artificer class that's with a sign that reads X days without a laboratory explosion.
Yeah, where X is usually equal to 0. And then of course we have House Nua. House Nua is interesting. And Monk and I actually recently, Monk recently revised it and discussed it with me. And the idea is that their focus is on communication, because if the House Nua was a place where both clerics and druids could be found, and while those don't seem like the same thing or even close to each other thematically, they both commune with something. Whether it be gods, whether it be nature, whether it be spirits, whether it be whatever, they communicate and reach understanding with things. So House Nua being for the divine type, the divine type classes, it makes sense when you think of it as a form of communication. And then finally, House Hermes being our skill-based class is it's the place where you find trapdoors and illegal casinos and fences, but you also find, games of chance and skill that are completely above board. You also have people telling each other dirty jokes in practice, and singing songs and doing plays, because everybody's working on those skills, whether they're performances, whether they're the skullduggery type skills you might see amongst your thieves, whether they're your intimidation or charm skills. This place is full of your tricksters, your jokers, and of course your bards. You just have to say the bards, and that's all I should have to say.
Yeah.
I actually really love Agito Arcanum. It was a really good session of creating stuff.
Yeah, and I do want to expand on it further, because we ended up making a few characters. One of whom was a mage who was more akin to a Onmyunji.
Yep.
And in fact referred to her Shikigami as her friends.
Yep, she referred to her Shikigami as friends because she's like, I do yin yang Onmyoji magic, and these are all my friends.
Oh.
Which of course makes the rest of House Odin look at her like, are you imbuing those with personality? Are they really your friends? Mm-hmm. House Odin got curious.
Yeah. I think we had somebody from House Hermes who again is a bit of a fox and a bit of a troll, and we lost Doku.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. We can still discuss this for the rest of the Centennial as well.
Mm-hmm. I remember that after that we covered the division that happened between Dawn of War 1 and 2.
Yes.
And how both of them have their benefits and drawbacks. I do think that part of the reason why you see a more active modding scene with Dawn of War 1 is because of the fact that, well, for one, Dawn of War 1 didn't have that games for Windows bullshit.
Yeah.
And two, because of how personal the scale is, there's not a whole lot that can be done, and it would be really hard to make new maps for Dawn of War 2.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there's a slightly better modding scene for the final expansion with Dawn of War.
With Soulstorm?
I meant Dawn of War.
You mean Dawn of War 2?
With Retribution, which felt like a good middle ground between the two.
And I believe on that same episode I expressed that that when it comes to that sort of squad-based action, I didn't really like it much in Company of Heroes, and I didn't like it in Dawn of War 2. It just isn't my style. I prefer larger levels of real-time strategy.
I think the idea of a skirmish style RTS can be done, but if you're going to do it, you have to give every individual unit a whole lot more options.
Yeah,
I know it'd be tempting to take the MOBA route. Don't.
Didn't I then make a comparison when you said a whole bunch more options? I made the comparison to Mechanicus, which is still a completely different game. That's more XCOM with a 40K, but still.
I would say that Mechanicus would make for a better format.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that you're expected to have to do a whole lot of customization with the Skitarii.
Yes.
And there's also the fact that Mechanicus as a game is a game of chicken.
Yeah, you're playing chicken with a sleeping Necron tomb.
You can dig as far as you want, but the more you dig, the more you're going to wake up the tomb.
And then eventually you're going to go into the end game where you have to fight the Tomb Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus fuck. I love that game. I have made some overpowered fucking squads in that game.
Yeah, it's very easy to break.
Even if it's easy to break, that's kind of fun. That's half the fun of it.
Well, we encourage people to break our system.
This is not.
No, we've done it.
We break it while we're creating stuff.
Didn't I say that a Arcanist Fencer build could be an infamous pest?
Yes, yes, you did.
Take a guy who's all about punishing people who hit him, and put it with another setup that's all about forcing people to hit you. I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but it could be but it's certainly going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember that after that was our talk about BioShock, and I think we spent if there's any criticism I had with that episode is that we didn't give enough time to BioShock 2. But to be fair, there's not a whole lot of meat on the bones with BioShock 2.
Yeah, BioShock 2 I think gets a bad rap, gets a bigger rap than it should, I should say.
I don't hate it, but there is a whole lot of again.
Mm-hmm.
And also the whole concept of the Big Sister did not carry through as well as it should have.
Yeah.
Big Sister should have been akin to Nemesis or the Sand Wraith.
Yeah.
You know, something that you have to constantly be aware of, but if you know what you're doing, you'll barely run into the Big Sister.
Or you'll fight her because it's fun.
Yeah, the reason why I bring up Nemesis and the Sand Wraith is that those are fights you're not supposed to win.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in both of those games, were they glorified set pieces? Yes. I'd say the set piece thing was less egregious with Nemesis than it is with the Sand Wraith.
Yeah.
But the point is, you have to be aware of this thing because it is hunting you. And because of that, you can't approach everything casually, because if you get too cocky, they might show up. I think that's what enemies like that are supposed to be.
Yes. Absolutely.
And I don't buy technological limitations, because in the original System Shock, you were like a rat in a maze. And no matter what, you were always one step away from getting ambushed.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's impossible to do. But then we get to the G4 special, which is how apropos that we talk about this again, given what dropped today.
Yep. Just so everybody knows, G4 TV has died for a second time. It is closing its doors.
And the thing is, I've seen a lot of people say that no matter what happened, G4 was doomed. I don't agree with that. I still believe that if they had taken the right approach out of the gate and not just rested on nostalgia laurels, they could have at least made it work for a while. It probably would have faded out eventually, but it wouldn't have faded out so quickly.
Yeah.
And the key thing was what they should have done was establish an identity.
Mm-hmm.
Because doing what was done before, you can't really do that when so many people already do.
Yeah.
So instead, it's better to focus on what you can do that other people can't.
Mm-hmm.
Not just with big production values, but I would honestly say one of the things one particular idea they should have done is brought somebody in to do a Rogan style podcast with game developers.
Yeah, that would have worked really well, I think.
Call up Romero or the like, and talk about war stories at id and Ion Storm or something like that, as well as possibly make jokes about John Romero's hair.
It should have been hilarious.
I'd be making those kind of jokes. Bring those kind of people in to allow them to present a more personal side of game development. Hell, that's what I've been doing for the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as doing reviews, instead of doing the whole thing of bringing in an intern to play the game and then having people talk about it, you can't really do that when everyone demands authenticity.
Yeah.
So start bringing in people who are experts in different genres. Hell, an easy thing they could do: bring back hot pepper reviews. and especially you could especially use that as a punishment game for other things, because you have Austin Creed on. Austin Creed is a self-admitted baby mouth. He has made that very clear since day one of doing Up Down Down that he's not good with spicy.
Yep.
Whereas Kofi, aka Mr. 24/7, is. Of course, I liked in the early days how Kofi was essentially that guy we all knew who would rub it in anytime they beat you.
Yep. That guy who's no.
Mm-hmm. I think after that we had the whole thing about Chosen Ones, which I called "We Aren't the Chosen Ones" because I like Dream Evil.
Yep.
And because a lot of people have I wanted to do that because a lot of people have confused Chosen Ones with Mary Sue's.
Yeah. Someone who is chosen by the circumstances that thrust them into whatever they're doing is not necessarily a Mary Sue. Because a Mary Sue is a very specific thing.
Now, a Chosen One can become a Mary Sue with a shit writer, but one does not necessarily follow the other.
Yeah, if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of times the bad Chosen Ones bottleneck the story that they're in. I've used Naruto as an example because even though I don't have the same hate boner that others do, I will admit that once the whole Child of Prophecy thing came in during the Akatsuki arc, it narrowed the scope of the world.
It narrowed the scope of the world. I would say that Masashi Kishimoto did work around that well enough to keep him from becoming a full Mary Sue.
Yeah, he didn't become a Mary Sue, but the bigger problem I had was the narrowing of the world, because all of a sudden it became about certain bloodlines.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned before, I don't like it when backstory is used as a substitute for characterization or what's more important. I'd say the big example is this idea that Kishimoto had, that Naruto and Sasuke are somehow descended from the sage's children.
I think that one came way later in Boruto, didn't it?
No, it was at the tail end when we start having the whole thing of the moon people, specifically why can I not recall her name? But she's basically a reference to the Tale of the Grass Cutter. I think it was
Kaguya. Her name is Kaguya, and I'm almost sure that's Boruto.
No, it was tail end of Naruto.
Sure. I think so. I am.
By the time Boruto had happened, Kaguya was already beaten, but others from that race had shown up in Boruto.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is that by contrasting it to link it to these two people, when one of the things that I always found interesting with that world is the scope and variety of the different peoples.
Yeah.
It's ultimately an issue. And I know we use Harry Potter as an instance, but I'd say but exactly how much of a chosen one in the typical sense Harry Potter is really up for debate. I.e., it's not the case. He was just a kid who got lucky.
He was chosen by the bad guy. That was the important subversion in the book.
Mm-hmm.
That that the bad guy would choose his own worst enemy, and his choice was Harry Potter instead of Neville Longbottom.
Mm-hmm. But after that was the beginning of the most ambitious project that we've done with the reconstructions. That is
you mean the restart of the most ambitious project we've ever done.
Which to that point I have to bring up the one and only time so far that I've ever shit canned a project midway through.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember when we did it, but early on I had considered doing a reconstruction of RWBY. After Lady Saber had brought up that one of the original plans supposedly was a 12-volume story. I thought that fits pretty well with 4 arcs of 3 volumes each, and that would make an interesting bit of exploration. So we ended up doing, I think, 2 volumes worth before I started to realize that as things were going, we were not different enough from source material.
Yep.
And I had made a thing where I said, we are nuking. We're nuking this project. We will start again later, and have a much better approach. And we spent a lot of time just trying to get down the rules of the world of Remnant before we even tackled the story.
Yeah, and so we restarted a lot of stuff, and I think that we did a really good job.
Mm-hmm. I know that some of the decisions we made were a bit contentious. I do remember Saber getting on us because she thought that we were turning RWBY into Avatar, which was never my intention.
Yep.
I guess the thing that leaned into that was me mentioning that the earliest forms of dust were based on the Hellenistic elements.
Yep.
But I had made it clear at the time, and I still do, that those were just the first ones that saw use. By the time of the actual story, there's nobody's using just those 4. There's a countless variety of dust. Because people would experiment, synthesize, and do the kind of things that scientists will do with something.
Exactly.
And I'm not bringing this up to slag on Saber. It was just she had a certain way of doing things that didn't quite mesh.
Yep. We're both friends still.
Yeah, these things happen. But
creative vision sometimes does not hold up.
But we have a document that is, I'd say about 11 or so pages long so far, where we have gone through all of these setups. with a lot of the characters, we didn't change too much. Just made it a little bit. Just made it a little bit more consistent. I'd say the two big changes that we did were with Yang and with Jean.
Yang, Jean, and then smaller changes with everybody else. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I do recall that one of the big things we had was, at least for Team Ruby, having having set up an arc for each of them.
Yes, absolutely.
And I will admit that one person who was instrumental in helping through their videos was the Judgmental Critter. And when we were working on the project, I did DM her saying giving my thanks, and name dropped her in the first episode of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And we will before the year is out, as I mentioned before, we will be finishing that.
Yeah. There's 3 videos out already. The 4th video will be coming out in the end. We highly suggest you watch the first 3 and await the 4.
Although the one thing in reconstructing Ruby that got you made you angry was the failure of mech design that was the Colossus. Yeah.
Thing is not a fucking mech, it's a tube. It's a fucking tube.
If we wanted a tube, why couldn't we call up the cardboard tube samurai from Penny Arcade?
Yeah, Penny Arcade. Jesus, they haven't used the cardboard tube samurai in a long time, actually.
Probably because under the current regime, it would be appropriation or something.
I don't know about that. They tend not to care about that stuff in the comics a lot. I still read it, and they just don't really do it anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a dead joke to them.
I have no idea, but I am very proud of how Jean turned out with our take, shifting a comic relief character into a genius of hard work,
which is a great way to do it, I think.
I'd say if there's anybody who I will admit that I wouldn't mind getting art commissioned that reflects the different take, because on more than one occasion I ranted about the degradation of character design within Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
How you look at the Volume 1 art styles, and you can see the heavy emphasis on color.
Yeah.
Like, there are certain colors that are going to draw your attention, and whenever I say that, some people are like, but Ruby has a black dress on. What do you mean by color? Do you
not see all the red?
The black dress is to further highlight the red that is present.
Yep. Do you not see all the red?
Mm-hmm. And just because they have color centric names doesn't mean that color is the one thing that should be there exclusively. And hell, with the emphasis of color in Sentai, it's not like it's monocolor. In fact, sometimes having not enough white can be to the detriment of a suit design.
Yes, you need to have the particular breakpoints.
I would say 2 big examples of that whole too much color and not enough white. Turbo or Car Ranger and Tokuger.
Yeah.
Especially Tokuger. Tokuger had barely any white at all.
Mm-hmm.
It was all one color and a little bit under-designed.
Wonder how many people are going to call us racist for wanting more white.
But
am I wrong?
Yeah. But I remember that after that we had the discussion on Amazon Game Studios and how they just couldn't get anything out aside from New World, and New World's not doing too well these days.
Actually, it's doing much better now, because the public test realm is showing remarkable amounts of progress in adding things people were asking for. New World may go through a revitalization soon.
If they do so, it will be earned.
Remember, this channel loves a good underdog comeback story.
Yeah. But when it comes to all the other stuff, including that one, there was one project that I remember we talked about that I was very disappointed that nothing came of that.
Which one was that?
I want to say Dreadball, but that's not it. It was basically mixing aspects of MOBA with a ball-based sport.
I don't remember.
I do recall that when we covered it, I was making some Rocket League comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
Like this could be this. There's a lot of interesting stuff that you could do with this. And I know that we also mentioned that Lost Ark does not count.
Yeah.
Because they only published that. Breakaway was the game.
Ah, okay.
It was meant to be a brawler where you have people trying to move a ball to a goal.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially a bit of Party Fighter and a bit of Rocket League. In fact, they had mentioned that they wanted to do a mix of League, Power Stone, and Rocket League, and I've mentioned my love for Power Stone.
Power Stone's good shit. I love Power Stone.
In fact, I would love to see that concept explored with more modern tech with a not. And I don't mean to sound like that this should be like a battle royale kind of thing, but put like 12 people onto a map in a Party Fighter style of game, and just let them go at it with a map that moves around and has plenty of traps.
Yeah.
I think the closest thing to that we've had is Naraka Blade Point.
Yeah, I think so too.
Which still has aspects of the BR, and that's the only thing that holds me back from getting completely in bed and doing a shitload of videos on Naraka Blade Point. But after that was Madness Without Method, us going through some crazier anime and the right and wrong way to do it. And this was partially inspired by Shades renewing his hatred for Bobobo.
Bobo.
Which I'm not too keen on it either.
I like it. It's that type of zany that I've always liked.
Of course, I do recall that we also brought up Excel Saga, Dokuro-chan, and Pop Team Epic.
Yep. Bokusatsu Tenchi Dokuro-chan.
Which really liked monkeys for some reason.
I don't know why either, Monk. Don't worry.
But then there was the special that was another case of monastic therapy covering Wheel of Time. Which the idea was I had sat through Wheel of Time, Jeremy had sat through Wheel of Time, but there were a lot of problems, and I wanted to get it out of my system so it didn't pollute anything else.
Yep.
Because that's what the point of monastic therapy was, to be a pressure valve.
Yeah.
Much in the same, I'd liken it to, in places where avalanches can be a problem, they will start smaller avalanches so you don't have to deal with a really big one.
Yeah.
The special after that was A Rebirth of Honor, which that one was one with me and Maddie because Supercard of Honor had happened. The first Ring of Honor pay-per-view under Tony Khan's management, and I felt it was worth exploring what this new era was going to look like. Plus I wanted to do a follow through anyways.
We like follow through here.
Afterwards was discussing Ultraman's nostalgia and how I'd say when it comes to doing nostalgia, Ultraman seems to have the best run of it. Largely because even though there's callbacks, the callbacks aren't meant to be the show.
Yeah.
Like Zero showing up in Zet is not being done to say, hey, remember how awesome Zero is? Although, truth be told, they were kind of overdoing Zero by that point, but that's another story.
We don't talk about that here.
But when Zero or Geed showed up, it was more to help further along the story of Zet.
Yeah.
And same thing. And while Trigger is certainly has a lot of callbacks to Tiga, it isn't trying to remind people how awesome Tiga is. After that was answering Night Dive's Dream Boomer Shooter question, because they asked that on Twitter, and I thought it'd be interesting to explore building one. And what we ended up building was halfway between a boomer shooter and a character action game. Although to be fair, we've seen some boomer shooters that straddle that line anyways. Severed Steel comes to mind.
Yeah. I think we designed a pretty good one.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a little bit inspired by Ghostwire Tokyo, which had been out at that point.
Yeah. After that was constructing a hypothetical Jade Empire 2. And
which we designed in Phoenix Gate.
Because that place is mentioned a lot, so I figured it'd be a good point to explore.
Plus, and how the good guy got his powers was delving into a ruin under the city.
Plus, I want it to be in a place where we wouldn't have to answer the awkward question of which Jade Empire ending is canon.
Mm-hmm.
By setting it all the way out in Phoenix Gate.
It doesn't matter.
No. And after that was the whole thing with hero games, which I called the Tower of Pisa. At the time, I was roasting Overwatch. Now I'm roasting Overwatch 2, so not much has changed.
Indeed.
I remember that after that was Toss a Coin to Your Life Path, which had to get split into two parts because of a disconnection issue midway through. And
yeah, that was a bit annoying.
It was a bit annoying, and that was where we had to deal with. And unfortunately, that's where Doku ended up adding to his unfortunate legacy.
Yes, his unfortunate legacy. The fucking elf codpiece salesman.
Though, I don't think you ended up becoming a harem protagonist that time.
I don't think it was possible doing that system.
It's still the life path system. I think you did have some interesting relationships, but that's it.
Yeah. Well, that one, I don't think this one had it because I don't think it really gave you the chance to get like 9 siblings.
No. Fortunately. And although 9 siblings in the world of The Witcher wouldn't be that far fetched.
Yeah. I just think that it didn't give you that chance, so you couldn't get the harem at that point.
After that was us roasting the CW, specifically their superhero lineup.
That was good shit.
Since I think around that time they're either looking for a buyer or they had already been sold off.
I'm not sure. I'd have to.
No, they were sold off afterwards.
Yeah.
And the thing is that it's mostly old people it's mostly really old people that watch the CW. Of course, after that we went further on with Ruby. Then there was the whole thing with Shinichiro Shirakura, which I had wanted to do for a while, but just couldn't figure out how. And instead of roasting him, I felt because he has done good stuff recently with tokusatsu stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why I went with the whole Tokusatsu Jekyll and Hyde. You have Shinichiro Shirakura, who's trying his best to expand Tokusatsu into the West. Then you have Mr. Shirakura, who's responsible for those really dumb decisions, especially with the Spring movies. In fact, we went through the Spring movies and graded them.
Yes, we did.
After that was another case of us building a crazy idea. This being Combined Arms Mecha was the original idea, and it somehow morphed into mech pilots as swordsmen.
Well, and all the mechs were named after swords.
Mm-hmm. If it wasn't already taken, and I did write a story about that, I would have called it Ensiferum.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that name's already taken by a kick-ass folk metal band, so that's out.
We can leave it to the kick-ass folk metal then.
Mm-hmm. Of course, after that we had another special. This being on Kazuki Takahashi, since he had passed away that week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only been in the last week or so that we know the bigger story that he died trying to save someone else.
Yep, which is why he was found out in the water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, man's a hero, but unfortunately, sometimes heroes don't survive.
Mm-hmm. Of course, after that was the Pick 5 challenge, and this was the one that I did not let Coops forget about.
Mm-hmm. And I was the one managing the list this time.
Mm-hmm. This was decent, but I think there were a bit too many platformers.
I mean, I think everybody picked at least one platformer.
Yeah, and I was kind of squeezing blood from a stone at one point.
Yeah.
So, as far as doing a Pick 5 challenge on video games again, I think the next time that I do it, I'm going to limit it to certain video game genres instead.
That makes sense. I'll be honest, I think I might have been the only one who didn't pick a platformer. I can't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure I didn't have any platformers on mine.
Mm-hmm. After that was thinking outside the Ubi box, because we hadn't roasted Ubisoft yet, and I felt it, and given the shit that they were going through, I felt it was a good time to do so.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to roast this idea that open world is something to aspire.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, in the early days, I was a fan of Assassin's Creed. And
Assassin's Creed was good shit.
Yeah, I even played Devil's Advocate with Unity. But after Black Flag, I just phased out.
Black Flag to me was a really good one, and then afterwards, not so much.
I mean, I've heard Syndicate was okay, but I haven't touched it.
Yeah.
I never touched Renegade, and I do still have the PS Vita entry, but that was because it was a freebie. Although truth be told, she was a interesting character to play as. And I especially like the whole thing of switching between outfits to do different roles. It was a good way to work around the limitations.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact of the matter is, open world is just one more medium, and there are right ways and wrong ways to do it.
Yeah.
After that was the Tiansha Life Path.
Life Path. And that's the one where I ended up fucked up beyond all recognition with my character.
Yeah. Although truth be told, Tiansha is one of the rare exceptions I have regarding Fate games. Because I've mentioned before, I don't like how the aspect system is explained. In that it doesn't give very much in the way of good or bad examples.
Mm-hmm.
Tiansha is an exception to that rule, especially with the life path system that was created.
has a lot of good examples.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, most of the people who were participating just picked from the examples.
Yep. After that was us talking about Alpha Protocol, which I had planned on earlier, but shit ended up going down.
Mm-hmm.
And we just end up with bad luck after bad luck, and I said, you know what, I'm calling it and putting it in the reserve.
Yep.
I do think it's a bit of a shame that very few people have tried the idea of a espionage RPG since. Because I do think that the spy genre should not have to limit itself to stealth action games. I like stealth action games. I like Metal Gear Solid. I like Splinter Cell. I like Tenchu, but that shouldn't be the beginning and end of it.
Yeah.
And I do remember we pitched ideas on how it could be done in the future. One of them was you're not developing your skills, but you're developing the potential kit that you can have.
Yeah.
And of course, then was plot twists out of nowhere, talking about twists.
What a twist!
Yep. And I will admit I did use that as an excuse to roast the usual suspects.
Yeah, I figured.
Because that's
since you hate Kaiser Soze, I know.
I don't like Bryan Singer.
I know. I understand.
After that was the Atlas arc, and that was where we ended up creating the Charlemagne. And really, I think it was at this point where Weiss ended up really stepping out of the canon version of her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Weiss basically became our version at that point.
Mm-hmm. And this is especially the case with things like the Charlemagne and the Black Knights.
Yep.
And the Landsknechts, because it's a fun word to use.
Landsknecht. Yep.
After that was the Rise and Fall of Gynax, which was the most cursed episode we have ever done.
We're good at that.
I kept having cutout issues due to the fact that my computer was starting to really have problems.
Yep.
For a while, after I had done the upgrades that I did, I was starting to have this weird thing where Discord just wouldn't recognize my mic right in the middle as I'm speaking.
Yep.
And I
ended
up getting paranoid about it, and I kept checking the settings just to make sure.
It was the greatest.
And then we end up disconnecting and reconnecting.
Yep.
Which is why it's split into two parts.
Yep.
But after that was the great turn debate, because a lot of people like to go with this idea that turn-based design in role-playing games is more strategic. Putting aside the fact that's not how the word strategy works, it's still wrong, because turn-based and real-time are mediums.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, it is trickier to find games that it's easy to find games that are turn-based that probably should have been real-time. It was a little bit harder to find the opposite.
Yeah.
Although I will admit I did use this as a glorified means to bring up what Hiroyuki Ito had said.
Yeah, I had to quote him a bunch because, frankly, people ignored the fact that the entire reason he created the active time battle system was because he saw RPGs going to real time.
Mm-hmm. And I do think that there's still the potential to do hybrids between the two, but it's not going to come easy. I do remember that there was a game that was on Kickstarter. It failed, but it would do this gimmick where when it came to battles, you'd play it out like a fighting game for like 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Which, interesting idea. Although as an aside, I would pay good money for a Fire Emblem style RTS.
I can see that.
Especially after Three Houses started introducing the idea of formation tactics. I think it's an idea worth exploring at the very least.
Yeah.
Of course, after that was Superman and the Jesus Paradox, which I think I don't plan on going into theology any further than I did there.
Yeah, we went into it saying that, you could do, we even gave examples of how Superman could be done as a good Jesus paradox or good Jesus XP, but that the Superman as Jesus was basically just not the best way to go with Superman.
I also the thing that I wanted to really hammer home is that there's this idea that the Jesus allegory is integral to Superman's character.
Yeah, we went so far as to not only prove that that's not necessary, but also probably not the best way to do it.
Yeah, especially since you're doing a bit of cultural erasure in doing that.
Yep.
But if you absolutely have to, you can do it, as long as you're perfectly fine with never doing another sequel.
Yeah.
Which, given that it's Superman and giving the Superman Rogues Gallery, not the best idea.
Not the best idea at all.
And at the very least, using a Moses allegory, you can do more with that.
Yeah. Not that it still needs to be a Moses allegory.
No. I'm not a big fan of. I find that people reach way too much when they try and ascribe religious allegories to stuff that isn't, or in some cases, hinge their takes far too heavily on the religious undertone. Like, say, a certain subsect of Christians who have this idea who perpetuate this idea that Tolkien and C.S. Lewis are the ones who are safe to enjoy when it comes to fantasy because of their
Christian backgrounds.
Yeah. Now, as far as C.S. Lewis, he'd probably be fine with that, given some of the other stuff he did outside of the Narnia books.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Tolkien as being all that cool with it.
Yeah, Tolkien would probably just be like, why?
Especially since his religious beliefs were meant to be a muse, not the crux of it.
Yeah. He drew inspiration from his religious beliefs, but he still wanted the story to be its own thing.
Mm-hmm. And I'd say a bigger priority for him was trying to revitalize a lot of the cultural and mythological motifs of ancient Britain.
That and the fact that he wanted to make his conlang.
Well, there's that too, but that's a bit obvious. Which is also why we was Rangs was dead on arrival with that whole reflect the world we live in today bullshit.
Yep.
But after that was the whole thing with psionic fantasy, which I think I may have spent a bit too much time doing a retrospective on the psionic class throughout D&D.
Maybe.
But the reason I did that was to explore the many ways in which it hasn't worked, in order to further explore why psionics are a problem class and why, well, Anima did it right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, there's plenty of science fiction games that have done good psionics, but we were focused on fantasy with that.
Yeah.
And I do find it amusing that the template I used for a potential approach is Phantom Dust. Putting aside the fact that Phantom Dust is a fucking amazing game,
yep,
especially for its time.
Yep.
and one that you all have no excuse not to try out because it's fucking free. It did make a good template to build around, and if I do build an actual class or archetype around it, I'm probably going to be using Bite.
Yeah,
because it's in the right medium for it to work. I was thinking about using Savage Worlds, but because of the way the skill system works, Savage Worlds wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'd need to do that whole thing of your bonus can also be a penalty thing, and given the die system, that would be way too fiddly with Savage Worlds. But then, of course, we had the final one before we reached this point. Reconstructing the Marvel Madhouse project.
That was fun.
It was fun. I will admit that the one that was the weakest was probably Blade.
Well, we even explained in there why it would be the weakest.
Mm-hmm. So that was the one that we had to stretch the most. And if I was given the option to build the whole Marvel anime project, I maintained that I would have gone with Ghost Rider. Because with Ghost Rider, you can build that around around 80s style tokusatsu like Mechanical Violator Hakaider or Guyver or Garo.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since it would be a much better way to introduce the, as I mentioned, more interesting supernatural end of the Marvel universe.
Absolutely.
Because with all there's also the fact that Ghost Rider provides the perfect angle to tell countless stories. Coming in, dealing with shit, and then getting out.
Yep.
And this is why I appreciate why the Nicolas Cage movie built itself kind of like a Western.
Yeah, it was pretty good too.
Mm-hmm. I know some people give it shit because of Cage's overacting, but how much more boring would that movie be without him?
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody would watch it.
Yeah.
Not to mention, Cage's overacting really suits. Reconstruction of backgrounds in architecture in Marvel Universe. What?
What the fuck are you on about?
That's true, Porkchop. Nicolas Cage is a national treasure. He also stole a national treasure. That's a bad pun, and you should feel bad for it.
But overall, I honestly think the best one of the four that we did wasn't Wolverine. It was the X-Men.
Yes, the X-Men was a great way to do it. Wolverine was certainly the most detailed, but it had to be. And Iron Man was just us playing into, we basically just pandered. We want Macross missile spam. We want everything else.
Yeah, and I wanted to use that to explore corporate espionage kind of stories within Iron Man because, well, he is still the head of a company.
Not to mention, a lot of what he did early on was corporate espionage stuff. Like, it was heads of companies against other heads of companies, and him taking out corrupt CEOs and shit in the early comics.
Yeah. Plus, I've always found the idea of going through the white collar world to be an interesting concept to explore. Like a lot of people when they want to do some sort of crime fiction, they always focus on the more black collar crime.
Yep, they always focus on real crime shit.
I will admit a bit of bias because when it was airing, I was a big fan of Leverage. It might be that I just have a fascination for the whole detailed planned heist job.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've mentioned before my love of Ocean's 11.
Yep.
And half of that movie is about setting up for the big job.
Setting up for a big payoff is always nice.
Mm-hmm. And I've written my own stories in that regard. I think I wrote a story that was set in Waterdeep once that was basically a fantasy version of Ocean's 11.
Mm-hmm.
What with them going for a vault that would get them a ridiculous payday if they could actually do the job, but instead of but I think the thing that intrigues me about that kind of thing is usually when you have a bunch of people doing some sort of heist job, they bring in these desperate people. But
Mm-hmm.
you look at the people who were on Danny Ocean's crew in Ocean's 11. Every single one of them is some kind of expert.
Yep.
And the key thing is that these are experts who are doing while this is a lucrative job, it's less about the money and more about the fact that they can say, hey, your vault that you thought was unbreakable, yeah, we broke it and stole all your money. Uh, of course, when it came to that film, would it surprise you if I say one of my favorite gags was Yen flipping off Danny when he went in the box?
No. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Like, you uncomfortable down there? You need something to read?
Yep. That's because Danny was being a smartass, and so, Yen was being a smartass right back.
Yeah. But overall, I'd say that what GeekWatch has evolved into has certainly been a momentous thing, both as an entertainer and just personally as an outlet for exploring ideas.
Yeah.
And I would say that's one of the major takeaways. The other is that no idea, no creation is off the table potentially.
Correct.
If you were now, that's my perspective. If you were to summarize a coda as far as what GeekWatch has become over the past 100 episodes, what would you say it is?
GeekWatch started as a massive way to break away from the monotony of the cynical. The things we were seeing in the world were making not just the other people around us that we didn't really want to see cynical, it even started to try to infect ourselves. And in the end, what we did is we denied that cynical impulse to just explore some lighthearted stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In so doing, we created a method for us to explore ideas and rebuild or review things from different perspectives and in different ways, and always try to find the positive in them. Even if it's us making fun of terrible writers or terrible, directors, things of that nature, we always took the time to point out how things can be done better, even from their wheelhouses.
Mm-hmm.
And I think most of all, this is a show to build. In short, we build.
Mm-hmm. And that's also why I call the reconstructions reconstructions. And there's a line that I've used that I've, or reference at the very least, from the young pope / the new pope, because the thing that's horrifying about that pope is that he had some good ideas.
Mm-hmm.
But it's when he's speaking with the head of press for the Vatican, and in that scene where he's discussing imagery and photography for the Pope's image.
Mm-hmm.
And he picks up a completely plain white plate, And he says that this is the image that he is willing to endorse. And of course the secretary is appalled by that idea because that's media suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And his response was, of course you would say that because he asked what school she went to, and she says Harvard. He's like, of course you would say something like that because Harvard is a school in decline where you are taught to lower yourself. Here at the Vatican, we teach you to elevate yourself.
Mm-hmm. And I think the monastery is much the same place.
Mm-hmm. There is a further discussion about who's the most important director of the 21st century.
Mm-hmm.
And she claims it's Spielberg, but the answer is Kubrick. The mindset being the people who made themselves the most important by establishing a aura about themselves.
Yeah.
And in that regard, yeah, Kubrick would fit. And when it came to electronic music, as far as who's the most important, Daft Punk was mentioned. The key, as far as contemporary art, Banksy. And I think you see the pattern here.
Yeah.
These are all people who put the work in front of themselves. And despite me calling myself the monk and having a bit of an ego myself, I never try and put myself over whatever I'm covering.
Yes. You have a persona that's part of the draw and the charm. But on top of that, you have the fact that you do make the points that need to be made. You never let it compromise the actual work.
Mm-hmm. And I do hope to continue doing that, because while the interview that I was going to be doing today didn't pan out, I do plan on rescheduling. And of course there's going to be some new friends and some old friends coming back over the next few days, because I am not taking a day off for the rest of the month.
This man's busy.
Then again, the only times that I seem to take day offs is when it's mandated.
Or your birthday.
Mm-hmm. If it seems excessive, one of my big inspirations has been Brandon Sanderson and the insane work schedule that he goes through.
An insane work schedule that his own family has to stop him at every so often.
Pretty much. In fact, he was supposed to be on vacation, and then he ends up writing 3 books.
3 and a novella.
Mm-hmm. And I just thought it was funny that he was doing the whole "I gotta come clean" kind of YouTube apology thing, and then he pulls out this big stack of paper.
He's like, "I'm sorry, I told you I would take a break, but I just couldn't." As if it were some failing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in one case, it is some failing, but in another, it's clear he didn't overwork himself, and it wasn't for a deadline or anything. He was just doing it for himself.
The way I've always seen it is that he has more ideas in his head than he has time.
Mm-hmm.
And because of it, and what an idea that's that persistent is going to want to try and get out.
And as we said near the beginning of all this, when we were talking about the lore of GeekWatch, this whole thing becomes a thing where we have more ideas than we have time, and we're all constant. Well, I mean, you and I are all constantly thinking about things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about everybody else, but knowing our similarities, we're always thinking of the next thing in our heads.
Yeah. And I know that when FF Legend gets finished, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop exploring the idea of bridging the gap between video games, anime, and tabletop.
Oh yeah, there's no reason to stop, but we might want to take a small break before we jump into the next TTRPG we play.
I guarantee that whatever that one is going to be, it's going to be a bit more rules light.
Ah. Hold on, I have to say it in this voice. Hold on. Gonna make a narrativist game now, Monk?
Nope. The soul
had to say it that way.
And I already know what I might explore and what sort of system I'd want to utilize, because I want to do something with cards.
Okay, deck building TTRPG. Nice.
The only deck building TTRPG that actually calls itself that is Parselings. But just utilizing cards as some kind of mechanic. I know that we've talked about Dragonbane doing initiative, and Savage Worlds uses cards for their initiative. That's not going far enough. When I say cards, I don't mean cards as well as some dice. I mean cards and nothing else.
Uh-oh. Sounds like we're stepping into Ash's territory with Lords of Brachus.
Actually, no. We're stepping into the territory of stuff like Saga Machine.
Ooh, even better.
Which has already got, as you already know, has like four lines that use its card system.
Yep.
And one of our buddies in the UK, Stone Adder Games, his particular project about Avalon is also a card-based setup, and that one is taking place in Britain during Roman occupation.
Britannia. Pax Britannia.
Yeah, and Brian brings up Westbound, which was done by Island of Bees. I know that they are working on a sci-fi spin on the concept, but I haven't heard too much on the matter since. So I don't know if it's just going to be Westbound just in space. I hope that's not the case. And of course there was Shonen Final Burst, which I tried to email the guy behind it, but apparently that email's dead, so I have no idea where he is.
Oof.
Yeah,
but those are some good ideas.
But those are things to explore in the future. And next week we'll be delving back into Life Paths with a SF setting that I think a lot of people are sleeping on, and I always love bringing out at my LGS and putting it in front of Warhammer players and watching them cry. Because next week we'll be doing stuff with Infinity and our first use of the Life Path system from the 2D20 system from Modifus.
Yes.
So please look forward to that. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra, I am your gaming monk, and hopefully for 100 episodes more, join the